to hike, I get to drive, I get to do all these amazing things because of my legs. I get to run, not that I like to run by any means, but when I'm playing around, I like to run. I am grateful for my heart that beats without me even thinking about it. I'm grateful for my lungs for breathing without me even thinking about it. I'm grateful for my eyes. And you can see that as we become grateful for our body, this energy rises up. And as we are talking, every cell in our body is listening, and we start to feel pumped up, and our body's like, yes, yes, yes. And then we start to love who we are. Now, if you are a person who has a hard time with the shape of your body or the way that it is, also it's important to, let's say, love our bellies. Okay. Because we as humans, we're designed to produce and grow fat as a way to protect ourselves. And if you know that fat is produced to protect yourself and your body was growing that, it was doing what it was designed to do. So thank you, thank you, thank you for this, because it lets me know that my body is doing what it's supposed to do. Maybe I no longer need this and I can dismiss it, but for the time being, thank you for doing your job. Thank you for reminding me that I felt like I needed protection at one time. Maybe I don't need that anymore. I can let it go. But even just being grateful for the body parts that you dislike, because that will help you ultimately just start having more confidence and loving in yourself. I'm going to take another card. I have Tabitha. I believe I've seen it was from Lancaster. It's Tabitha, are you there?
Yes.
Hi, how are
Yes.
you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for asking. Tabitha, what can I do for you today?
I just want to see if my daughter's dad will come through.
Oh, your daughter's dad. Okay, Tabitha, do me a favor and please give me your full birthday so I can tune into you accurately.
10/2/83.
Ooh, your birthday's tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes, happy early birthday.
Thank you.
Okay, and what is your daughter's father's name?
Demetric.
Okay. I mean, I have what I would call a fragmented energy here. This is the way I would describe it. It's like a memory, an energy of a memory, like a memory of a memory. Did he happen to have a lot of anger that he went through in this lifetime?
Yes.
Yeah. Was he more on the thinner side?
He started getting thin.
Mm-hmm. And did he have darker hair?
Yeah, he had black hair when he was younger.
Yeah. Okay. And so when I'm asking, okay, so I'm just gonna explain what I'm seeing, because I have two different energies standing in front of me, but this one is the one that's the strongest, so that's why I'm asking these questions. I see a thinner male, that's gonna be more like 5'8", 5'8", 5'9", baggier clothes, dark full hair, maybe more like an olive skin complexion. Does that seem to fit who you were talking about?
No, I think that's his cousin.
Oh, his
Because
cousin.
his cousin was on the lighter side.
Mm-hmm. All right, when you say lighter side, do you mean, are we talking skin tone, or are we talking like weight-wise, or what are we talking about?
Like skin tone.
Okay. So you think that that was his cousin?
Like towards the end of Demetric's life, he started losing his color, where he was going lighter. So maybe it's him. I don't.
Well, I'm going to lean on
We
the
just
side.
lost him on the 12th. So.
Just last month?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to describe some emotions that I'm getting from this person. Okay, this person to me was dealt with a lot of anger. Felt like right now the energy just feels really lost, really pretty confused. I had been through so many things in life that there was a lot of anger he was harvesting inside. Does that sound accurate to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I have the energy. Okay. I would tell you about, I'm like 90% sure that this is the person that you're asking about. Now, are you, if I say anything to you that does not fit your faith, please just dismiss it. Okay. I've been doing this since I was 3 years old, and this is how I see it. But To me, some people like himself, when they uh, transition over, when they pass away, they don't always go straight to crossing over. That does not mean that they are stuck as a ghost by any means, but there's a healing center in between, and a lot of people need to go to this healing center to release emotions, mental illnesses, sicknesses, and things like that. And he's kind of wavering right in between. Um, he's pretty confused looking, but he's going into the healing center to get rid of these emotions. There's a lot of he's okay. Sorry, hold on. He's talking to me. He's conveying a lot of um, like messages of forgiveness. Feeling really sad about how I guess pretty much just passing away the way that he did, and feeling like he's left everything with a bunch of, I would say, almost like trauma or hurt. But there's a lot of forgiveness that he's conveying, and I'm positive that he also is asking forgiveness from both of you, or to both of you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
He and I apologize ahead of time. This is not my place to
Okay.
obviously pass any negative news, but right now he just has not transitioned over all yet. Like, he's what I would call a ghost right now, and he cannot move on to the next step into the healing center because he's asking for forgiveness. He's saying that he's come around to your place quite frequently. He's been moving things a little bit here and there. But there's a lot of like grief and almost like what I would call from your energy, somewhat of a bitterness that he's not able to get through to you guys and get what he needs from you yet because of all of the pain that is there. And so he's just asking for forgiveness. He really needs to move on to the healing center, but he needs to hear that from you first. Okay, so please, in your own time, whenever you're ready, you and your daughter, take that time and express your feelings to him. You can tell him whatever you want to, but that will definitely help him in the healing center. He is sending a lot of love to your daughter. He feels really disappointed and sad that he's not going to be around in a physical form to see her, but he is saying that he's always going to be there. He's very strong about this. Like, I'm always going to be there. I'm always going to have your back. I'm always going to help you. His energy feels very protective, very adamant about that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. So, okay. So, is there any other questions that I can answer for you while I've got his energy right here?
Ask him, what do I do with the truck? Should I keep it or should I let it go?
He's kind of like, I'm not even worried about that. You do what you want. But the letting it go would provide some financial security, right?
No, his other kids want it, but they want to sell it, and I don't want to sell it.
Okay. So it would be your preference to keep it for yourself?
Yes.
Yeah. So just
That's
so you
my
know,
memory of him.
well, that is okay for you to do whatever you choose to do. As soon as people transition over into energy form, into the spirit world, they don't care about earthly possessions. Most people do not. That's going to be up to you. I do see that you can keep it for quite a time, but it looks like you might end up selling it for cash for yourself as well. And if you do need to do that, please know that that's okay. They don't care about the physical things like we do, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you okay? I mean, that's a hard question to ask you
Yeah,
because
but
I know what you're going through.
it's helping me, believe me. Like, since he's passed away, I've been bad. I've been in bad energy. Like, everybody's attacking me. His other kids want to attack me. They want to tell me my daughter ain't his daughter, and I'm like,
Yeah.
it's
So
nonstop with them.
in that case, what you need to do is do some protection for yourself. Make sure you're surrounding yourself with like a bubble of light so that all that reflective energy can bounce off of you. Imagine a circle of mirrors around you, but the mirrors are faced outwards. So you cannot see yourself. And that is, again, a tool of protection because any negative energy that is coming towards you, trying to direct harm, heartache, stress, damage, they see themselves in those mirrors and they turn around and leave you instead. You can call on your guides to come in and protect you. You can imagine having a sword and a shield for protection and grounding. There's a lot of tools of protection that we have. Please utilize at least one of those every single day. And really do some protection for yourself. And then the next thing is obviously it's only been a few weeks. Unfortunately, we don't just grieve really quickly and get over it. It's going to be something you carry for quite some time. And the one thing I will tell you that's a physical thing you can do in your body is a micronutrient called selenium. Selenium, when you are grieving, selenium will be depleted out of your body. When the selenium is depleted out of your body, it makes the grieving process so much harder and longer. Please go get on that nutrient selenium. It starts with an S, S-E-L, selenium, and get that into your body, and it will start to help with the grieving process because you're going to have a long journey with this. It's not going to be, something that just goes away in a month or two. It's going to be a long journey. So make sure you supplement so that you can get through this as I want to say as easily as possible, knowing dang well that that's not going to be the journey, but you don't have to suffer as much if you have that in your body, okay?
And can you tell me if anything happened to him, like bad, as to why he passed? Does he know that? Because I have a feeling something happened, like something bad happened. Like I've had this since it happened. Like that feeling.
I'm not getting any information like that at this current time. And I don't know if that's just because I'm on the air and I'm not supposed to have that information right now, but I'm not getting that information right at this current time. So was he sick or what happened?
They're saying his liver exploded.
Oh, that's probably why he looks yellow, huh?
Yeah, that's why I said he probably would.
Yeah, so I'm not getting any information right now besides some sickness and maybe some stuff that has to do with medication, but I really don't get any like foul play or anything like that, if that's what you were concerned about. I'm not getting any of that information. So to me, it's either going to be some type of like narcotics.
He wasn't taking his medicine and all that. Yeah, that's how I felt.
Yeah. So dismiss that energy out of your mind because that's just going to make the grieving process torture you even more. Because all I'm seeing right now is sickness and something to do with the medication. So, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I would love to hear back from you in the future to see how things are going. Okay.
Oh yes. And what is your email? Like your site?
So my Facebook, you can find me on Facebook under Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. And I'm just getting that page up and going, but that is a way that you can contact me.
Okay. I would love to talk to you more. Thank you so much for the comfort.
Well, do your best to have a good birthday tomorrow, okay? Take yourself out and treat yourself.
I'll try. I'm just used to him being with me. This is the first year that he's not going to be here, so it's like
he's still here, just in spirit form. Do what I told you and talk to him and let get it all out so that he can move on to that next step. And as soon as he starts the healing stuff, he'll be able to come back more, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, I think I have a few minutes left. Will you pop my time up again for me really quickly? Okay, so going back into loving yourself, thank you for that. You guys, this producing manager is so awesome. Please send him blessings because he's always keeping me on track, like my little spirit guide. The next thing is I've told you previously that your body listens to every single thing that you say. every single thing, whether you are talking about somebody, talking about yourself, talking about a situation, your body thinks that you are talking to yourself about yourself. So it's important to compliment yourself. It's important to compliment other people. It is important to acknowledge other people and feel good about them. And as humans, we tend to be like, oh, and kind of maybe judge or get jealous or something similar, but that's the ego talking. Your spiritual side is immediately going to be like, oh, I like that girl's style, or oh man, his hair is amazing. And when you can train your brain to like other people's style, or their uniqueness, or whatever it is, you're learning to talk to your own body, which is such a crazy thing. So even complimenting other people and thinking highly of other people is going to also help like yourself and love yourself. So giving compliments, complimenting yourself. The other thing is receiving compliments. How many of you guys like hear a compliment, like, you look good today, and you're like, oh, I didn't even finish my makeup today, or like, oh, this is just half my hair done today, or like, oh, thanks, and you deflect the compliment. Learn to take a compliment. Just say thank you. Thank you, not thank you, but oh, thank you, but learn to take a compliment. Thank you. That's another good thing. So the other one last thing I'm going to say, and I talk a lot about this, I'll have to teach this one day, is inner child. Go back in and visualize your little self and give that little self of yours compliments. Give them hugs, give them the love that they need. Tell them how amazing they are. And just ask them, what is it that you need in order to love yourself? And then listen to the responses you get, because it might surprise you what your inner child needs just to love yourself. And a lot of times it's just that constant hugging and loving and comforting and nurturing. And so these are just a few of the ways that I have taught my clients how to love themselves and how to start liking themselves. Remember, however you feel about yourself is the vibration of the people that you are bringing into your life. And if you want higher vibrational people, more loving people, you've got to learn to love yourself. My name is Jenna Lee. So thank you for tuning in to Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. Again, you can find me on Facebook under Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. I'll be here again next week at 8:30 Mountain Standard Time, 10:30 Eastern Time. I hope to see you then. Have a great week. Bye, guys.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Urban Monk UK with Urban Monk. Urban Monk. Live from Facebook. Search Urban Monk UK. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Urban Monk UK on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and welcome wherever you are watching live around the world on A1R and Moonstruck TV. I'm the Urban Monk, and we're going to discuss again why thinking is killing you. As you can see, I'm by the sea. It's a bit of a heat wave in the UK, so I've moved myself to sunny Humberside, out on the street, doing a little bit of touring around. Basically, I want to touch on what we spoke about on season 1, which is attachment. Attachment is a form of identification which links us to the past. If we want to be present, we have to be rid of the past and don't worry about the future. If you think about it, anxiety and depression are all based about the fact that you are here, but you want to be there, looking for something to achieve in a future time, a time that doesn't exist. So clearly, identification is a big issue. What I mean by identification is, for those of you like myself that have children, we spend all our life making sure the child is okay, giving it its every need, until the point where it grows up and becomes kind of dependent upon us, when really we should be letting it find its own way in life, finding its own path, finding its own energy. But in terms of identifying with being a parent, and this is a personal thing, I know quite a lot of my clients and friends and family that have hung on to the child because without that parenting responsibility, they feel like they cease to exist. And that's quite an interesting concept, ceasing to exist. If you look at Eckhart Tolle's book, for example, when The Power of Now, when he woke up and said, I hate myself. Well, I and myself can't be used in the same sentence because one is a subject, one is an object. That would imply that there's two people living the same life. And I mentioned last time about the voice in your head that's not actually you. Well, that's the other part of I hate myself. I am life. That's it. My life sucks. It doesn't, because there is no my life. I am life. My life is an attachment to the existence that we have in an attempt to try and explain who we are. And we move forward and still hang on to this clingy parenting style. People do it with pets. Let's think about the pet dog, the family dog. How many people out there send a card to the dog, happy birthday from mummy, or happy birthday from daddy? We try and humanize the dog because it becomes a link with something that we can think about and care for and make sure it's okay tomorrow. Children are the same. Relationships are the same. If there's no space for you to exist in the universe, then we fill that space with wanting or needing or looking for something to identify with. That identification takes us away from being present. Present is the only time we've got. I keep reiterating that, and that's really what the Urban Monkey is about, making sure people understand that we have to live in the present moment because that's all there really is. So we spend time dreading the day when the child qualifies from university or from college or from where it's going and moves away from the nest to better their own life. And we cling and cling and cling and try to do what we can to encourage or to even prevent that from happening, because it makes us feel better about ourselves. If they leave, when they leave, it makes us feel devastated and we suffer grief. We all know grief. And when a pet dies, we suffer grief. Now, is the grief because that person's gone or that animal's gone? Or is the grief because I no longer have a part in that person or that pet, that animal's life? Write that down. Interesting question. Because really, we need to let the child grow and spread its wings and make mistakes and be there to pick it up, pick him, her, them up, and help them learn to live and be a part of society. The ego is constantly trying to exist in ourselves by focusing on the present moment and making us do decisions or make decisions based on tomorrow or yesterday. The Eckhart Tolle calls it the pain body. So the pain body fights and fights and fights to prevent that child from leaving home. So really, you have no interest in the child's welfare. It's simply about you making you feel better about yourself. So if we stay in the present moment and accept that the child is going to go, the pet is going to pass away, we can then live our lives in the moment with total love and gratitude, which will emanate then to the child and it will emanate to the animal. The focus on preventing progress for a child, an offspring or a friend is simply holding you back, but also passing on that pain body, that ego, to your child. I know a client of mine who doted on her son, doted and wanted everything and anything to prevent him from leaving home. And because he would transgress or break the family rules or not do his chores, he would shout at her instead of her remonstrating with him for failing to do what she actually asked him to do. And in the end, it became a point where he was then controlling the parent. The parent was trying to be too much of a friend and not a guide or a parent. And he ended up being a misogynistic, narcissistic, woman-hating, nasty, nasty person. And it really wasn't his fault. It wasn't the parents' fault, but it was a case of both of them coming together and battling it out. And instead of taking charge and living in the moment and being present and accepting that she may not be his friend for that 24 hours, she went the other way and became more friendly with him. People that talk to the dogs like Mummy's here and Daddy's here and all those kind of things, they kind of tend to make your pet neurotic, or the dog will follow you around the house because it's got abandonment issues, or it needs to know that you're there. It needs to know that you're there 24 hours. But in the wild, it wouldn't be like that. And again, stealing from Eckhart Tolle, you don't ever see a neurotic horse or a neurotic cow. They just are. They live their life every moment, in the moment. That's all they know. But pets take on human characteristics, human neuroses, human issues, because we think that that's how it should be. We look to pets for comfort. We look to pets for solace. And I understand that. But when we start humanizing the pet, it's as bad as allowing the child to demean you and rule the roost, rather than you taking control and making sure you pass on positive energy, love and nurturing, rather than the pain body that you're suffering in terms of, well, he's going to go, she's going to go, I'm going to be on my own, empty nest syndrome. This is the time that you have to accept you've done your role, you've done your job. Recently, I've started gardening and helping things grow and looking at getting my own sort of vegetables. And I know that I plant the seed, but I don't dig it up every day to see if it's growing. Okay, that's a very important point. We plant the seed, but we don't disturb the soil to check whether that seed is actually growing and is going to achieve what we want it to achieve. And yet we don't do that with our children. You know, it's our responsibility to nurture, keep safe, feed the child, make sure everything's okay, meet its needs, until there's a time when it's able to make decisions for itself. He, she, it, they are able to make decisions for themselves. And then it's time to draw back, time to hold off with the I'm your friend and you can talk to me like a piece of shit. Sorry, Dave. And get away with it, because that's passing on the ego that they think fighting is the right way, arguing is the way to win a battle, arguing is the way to get what I want, rather than trying to be at peace with themselves and live in the moment and let your energy vibrate the way it's meant to vibrate. Anxiety, depression, again, I've mentioned it before, the biggest killers in modern medicine today. We allow ourselves to get angry, the knot in the stomach, the body starts to vibrate, the energy starts to vibrate, the 10-second vibrations per second on the alpha right-hand side of the brain starts to get dysfunctional. We end up in a whole world of pain. The body then starts to vibrate at a depressed, anxious level, which we know, and I've said to you before, the universe vibrates at different frequencies in different dimensions. The happiness vibration is at a higher level than the depressed vibration. So if you go down to that lower level, your body, internal organs, everything as part of you as a human being vibrates at that level. It's not rocket science. I'm not saying anything that's not been proved by MRI scans and neuroplasticity and neurosurgeons and people that study neuroscience. are all agreeing today, modern science agrees today, that what you think is sending out an energy vibration to the universe. And we know from the law of attraction that what you think is what you ultimately get back. So in terms of today's lesson or talk, let go of attachment. I was with a work colleague, Graham, earlier on this week, and we talked about things, and he kept mentioning this from the past, this from the past. And I said, I'm going to mention you on the show tonight because of your attachment issues. We need to let go of the past. It's gone. Learn from it. And if your chimp starts to get active, as Steve Peters from the Chimp Paradox says, put it in a box or give it a banana. Okay? These thoughts are okay as long as we don't identify with them. And in finishing, I'll mention this to the new viewers and new followers. For a number of years, I don't care to remember, I was a functioning alcoholic. I was going to work drunk. I couldn't cope with life. I was a total mess. I still drink today. I'll have a pint, I'll have a bottle of wine, because I don't identify, but there's no attachment to being an alcoholic. It sounds simple, but I hear it said that once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic, and I don't believe that, because I'm living proof that I was in a real mess. Lost 2 relationships because of drinking, and then following my epiphany and my road trip, I just quit. I quit thinking that I was an alcoholic. I quit having the attachment to being an alcoholic. I quit the identification with being an alcoholic. So if you identify as a parent, good for you. But try not to make that your sole purpose in life. You know, the child is going to go. You've got a life to live after that. Love them, embrace them, and try and teach them when they've left how to be a decent human being. Don't pass on your pain body or your ego to them. Okay, I'm getting the word from Dave that time's up. I could go on. I'm on a bit of a rant today. It's the sunshine by the beach in Humberside. So I'll wish you well, and I look forward to seeing you all next week. Take care.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Guided Whispers, Insights with Robin. Live from RobinWolf.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Guided Whispers
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
hope everyone is having a fabulous Tuesday. And I also hope that you were able to see the full moon last night. I was not able to. It was cloudy in Asheville. But here I am, and if you got anything, it was supposedly a spectacular full moon. I hope you're all doing okay. This is Robin Wolf, your psychic, your evidential medium, your animal communicator, and your mentor. And I am here if anybody wants a reading this afternoon. It's always fun to read somebody from this group. But while I'm waiting for someone to come on, I have to talk about what happened in my practice circle last night. So I have a practice circle for all levels of mediums every other Monday night, EST time. And last night, a baby who was born but passed away, unfortunately and very sadly, passed away before the infant left the hospital. There were complications. And my students have never dealt with that type of reading before. How can you read the spirit of a child who passed away hours after she was born? But you can. And I just love when things like this happen in class, in circles, because I'm still learning too. I mean, I don't care how long I've been doing this for. I could have been doing this for 50 years, but every class, every reading I do, every day I learn something new, which is what I think is most magical. So what happened was this little girl who would have been 5 this year, so it was 5 years ago since she passed. She wanted to tell her mommy to have fun with life and to smile and to go out and socialize and to have a good time and to enjoy her new daughter that she has now. And it was a beautiful reading and it was a beautiful experience. And I could go on and on about it. But again, we learn so much in our circles, and we learn so much while we're doing our readings. Infants, even stillborn babies, they can still come through and talk to us. And with that, I'm going to take Patty in Cleveland, Ohio. Hi, Patty.
Hi, how are you?
I am very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm great, thank you.
Good. How can I help you today?
I just wanted to see if there was any advice Spirit had for me about an issue at business.
At your work?
Yes.
Okay. So please take a few moments and just think about that. Try not to think about anything else. Try just to think about whatever's going on at work. And let me see what I pick up on. So just give me a moment to feel your energy. I'm also using tarot cards. So I'm just shuffling. Okay, so I'm feeling like this issue at work. So this may sound crazy, but what I'm getting is just move past it. I'm not saying to act like it didn't happen or that it's not happening, but try to move past it for now, because I do feel like, would you understand that it's not you, that it's someone else causing the issue?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. I know you can't ignore it, and I'm not telling you to. If you have an HR department, I do highly recommend you go to HR, but I'm getting, try to move past it, because the issue will be dealt with sooner than you think. And I'm also getting in less than 2 weeks' time. I don't know if that timing sounds right to you, but I am getting that the issue will be dealt with. This person for some reason, sabotages themselves all the time. And I don't feel like they do it. I don't want to say they don't do it on purpose. They do it on purpose, but I don't feel like they realize how much damage they're doing to themselves. They think they're doing the damage to the other person, but it's really to themselves. Does that make any sense?
It does.
Okay. I don't feel like you'll have to pay for this in any way. I feel like it may bring you either a raise or more money or something. I don't feel like you're done moving around in this company. When I say moving around, I mean growing. I feel like you're going to keep growing. And I don't see you having any issues, but I do see this other person. I don't know if the person will be fired, but I don't feel like you need to take the higher ground with it. Does that make any sense?
It does.
Again, it needs to stop. And I don't know why you're the person that needs to make sure it stops, but you are.
That's because I'm the owner.
Okay, that makes sense then. Okay, so there may not be you're the HR department then.
Yeah.
You I don't, so maybe what I'm picking up on then is you're the owner, so this person may be losing clients for you, or losing business for you, and you need to take the high road.
That's what I've been told about. That's
Okay.
what the problem is. People keep telling me that.
Okay. Again, I'm still hearing take the high road, but I'm also hearing you have to find a way to move past it gently.
Okay.
Not that there's going to be a lawsuit or anything, but you need to put the person in their place. They do this all the time without realizing they're doing it. But again, it's weird because I feel like they do realize what they're doing, but I feel like they're trying to take advantage of you. They don't think you know. So you need to put balance back into your business, if that makes any sense at all.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what they're doing. I just keep hearing they insult people. They're nasty. I don't feel like they're doing anything sexual. I just feel like it's words, if that makes any sense.
Right.
I could be wrong.
Right.
That's what
Right.
I'm getting. I do feel like you're going to find balance. But once you take care of this, people will be happier. I feel like this person is going to cause other people to leave, to quit.
That they're going to go where?
I feel like that this person, if you don't do anything, is going to cause other people, other employees to leave. So I do feel like you have to take the high road, but you know your words, you know how to handle it. You need to trust your intuition and trust yourself, because you could fix this fast. Just by taking the high road and dealing with this person. I do feel like I'm not seeing your business hurting, because I feel like you're going to take care of it. Does that make any sense at all?
Yeah, that was my biggest concern, that, this person was going to badmouth my business. It just seems like that's what people do, right? Even though.
Yeah.
They're at
I
fault.
don't see you getting blacklisted or anything like that. Not sure what the business is. But it's interesting because I keep seeing, and I know it's not a flower business, but I keep seeing flowers, which to me means the flowers blossoming is symbolizing that your business will continue to blossom and thrive. And I am getting that. But there just needs to be a way that you can take care of the situation by taking them aside and talking to them. Again, I don't feel like they're doing it to be malicious. I just feel like, I don't know why. I'm just getting it's their personality. And
Yeah.
they think they're doing, they think they're harming other people, but they're only harming themselves, is what I'm getting. And I feel like you have to put balance back into your place of business. and make your other employees happy as well. Again, I'm seeing your business thrive. So I'm not getting, as long as you do it with decency, and I know you're going to, because you're thinking about it and you're worried about it, which means you're a good person to me anyway. So I do feel like you'll handle it properly.
Okay. I just wondered if I let them go. That, that's all.
I feel like you may let them go, but I feel like you're going to give them another chance, but after you speak to them. They may
Okay.
talk to you. They may tell you, and I'm sorry, I don't know why I keep saying they, but they may tell you what's going on in their life, and you may be able to help them with that. So I think that's
Okay.
why I keep hearing to take the high road, because there may be an issue that they're having and they don't know, maybe they don't know that their words hurt, if that makes any sense. So I
Yeah.
just, like, all I keep hearing is take the high road, and I see flowers blossoming. So you may end up helping this person and becoming a mentor to this person.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. We still have another minute if you have another question.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say, is there wants to throw out there for me? I'd love to know.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said, is there any other message Spirit might have to throw out there at me? I would love to know.
So what I'm picking up on as I'm talking to you, and again, I'm not sure what this business is, but I feel like there's another element to the business that you're going to add in 2026. And someone is going to throw the idea out to you, but I feel like you already have the idea. So again, I'm not sure what it is, but what I'm getting is that whatever comes into your head, like while you're sleeping or when you wake up in the morning or while you're getting ready for work, write it down, because I feel like there's another element that's going to help your business and you're going to add it. And we are out of time, but I do want you to think about that because there's something. Okay. I mean, you're not the type, you don't have an agenda. You just want to help people. And I feel like this is going to be really good.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome. Have a great afternoon.
You too. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Thanks. Have a good day. And with that, thank you for joining us today. And I hope you all have a great day and see the moon tonight. Take care.
You're listening to A1R A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Nikki the Psychic. Nikki the Psychic. Live from Nikki-the-Psychic.square.site.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites.
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Nikki the Psychic.
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everybody, just going to shout out my new sponsor for this month. It's actually a awesome little girl named Evelyn who makes fire starters to fund her love for horses. So it's called Evelyn's Fire Starters, and she's just getting started, and they are I don't have one to hold right now, but they are the cutest little fire starters. They're in, like, I think she makes them in a muffin tin, and then you just light them and it starts the fire for you. To place your orders, you can go to evelynsfirestarters@gmail.com. And then I also have to thank my other sponsor, which is Rock Bottom Jewelry and Engraving. They have a storefront located in the lower level of Westmoreland Mall in Greensburg, Pennsylvania. And you can check out their website at rockbottomje.com. And they sell all kinds of amazing crystals, raw and tumbled, large and small, from all over the world. They're a great wholesale shop to go through also for your witchy needs and your like your crystal needs and everything. She can pretty much get you just about any crystal you're hunting. So I'm just going to wait for my caller to come in, and we'll be ready to rock and roll for today's reading. And sometimes when I do these readings for these callers, they can also substitute in as a collective reading. So take what resonates, leave what doesn't. If you feel like part of this reading can help you in your life, then apply that energy to your life. So let's see what we got going for today. All right, Angela, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hi.
Hi, babe. How are you?
I'm good. I'm so happy you called. So I'm great right now.
All right, girlfriend. What can I help you with?
Just, I don't know. I feel very stuck in life, in all aspects. Anything you have or feel, career, love, anything. Or do you need
All
more?
right. Nope, I'm good.
Okay.
So
great.
what we're going to start with is you. I feel like the biggest obstacle you're facing is expressing yourself. And you're putting energy and love into things that no longer serve you, and that might be why a lot of things are feeling stagnant or a little bit chaotic. It's because they're no longer for you. I feel like you're outgrowing a lot of people and places and things that you have in your life at this moment, and you're being pushed to go. You're essentially being pushed to push yourself farther.
Okay.
And what else we got here? And I'm also getting, is there a man that was in your life or that currently in your life that may have been a little verbally pushy or maybe just not the kindest person?
You have any more details about him?
I feel like this is an ex.
Okay. Do you have a kid? I have a kid with an ex who is very toxic.
Was he like a silver tongue, like very manipulative, very toxic?
Yeah.
All right. And I feel like this person still has somewhat of an emotional control over you and your progression. Every time you start
Okay.
progressing forward in life, it's like this individual casts the evil eye on you or throws something your way that maybe is making you feel stagnant.
Okay. See any other men in my life?
Well, I just popped the Lover's card out. Do you have like a fling going on right now?
You could say that.
To say how I feel like this individual he's a gift, to say the least.
Yeah.
He's like
Okay.
he's the breath of fresh air. I'm getting a strong like mother energy, whether he had just a really good mother or a really good like experience with his mom, but he also has a lot of respect for women.
Okay.
This individual
Given.
is
Mhm.
oh, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
No, keep going. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
I
interrupt.
would say this in because I have the Lover's card, the Queen of Cups, the Emperor. Like this person is all that you need him to be. However, I feel like he is, I don't want to call him wishy-washy, but I want to call him like scared of commitment.
Yeah, definitely. You nailed it on the head. That's how I feel. I don't know how he feels about me, but I could see that. I mean, I think his past damaged him a little bit. I don't know.
I was just going to say it's from the past, and he's working on that part of himself. However, how you guys are with one another scares him because he enjoys it so much. And it's like one of
Really?
those things like that it's like a fear of falling kind of deal. But he doesn't
Okay.
show these emotions the way he
Not at
should.
all.
No.
Not at all. That's why I'm confused calling you.
He is, like I said, he's very scared of commitment, and he's very he's like has hit or miss energy. Like I don't want to say it's hot and cold because he's not a negative individual. He just like when he gets too, I don't know, wrapped up in himself or wrapped up in emotions or something, he shuts down. He doesn't talk to you like he should.
Yeah. Yeah. Like even now, like he's very, I just said, are you okay? Because he's very, I don't know, like very, like either he texts me all day or I don't hear from him. And that's fine, but I just don't know what's going on because I'm not him. You know? I understand people have bad days, but it just confuses me, that's all. I don't really know what to expect.
And that is honestly his, because we have the Knight of Cups, and like it's there for him to progress forward with you. He is just too, and I don't say immature in like a bad way, like childish. He's just not as emotionally mature as he should be. But the cards are showing me, like we got the Knight of Wands, the King of Cups, and the King of Swords. He has that ability for that positive progression. So if maybe if you could just like next time you guys get together or talk, just just ask, just be straightforward on what direction you want it to go, because he has all his cups and he has the ability to take this to the next level with you. The biggest thing that's blocking him is his own mindset and how he's viewing it, and his own anxieties of what like has happened, and like he's like over judging the relationship and what it can be before it even gets started. You know what I'm saying?
Overjudging like how?
I didn't hear you.
Overjudging like how? Like this can't
Like
work, that can't work.
Like yeah, like worst case scenario thinking, like instead of coming at it from like a view of optimism, because we have the Four of Wands here. So his biggest concern right now should be just starting that foundation with you. You know, like just learning each other, going on a date every week, like just taking it slow and steady and learning each other without worrying about implementing like maybe what has happened in the past or past traumas into this relationship where that
Okay.
isn't even going to be an issue. You know what I'm saying?
I do. Now, do you see a future there, or do you see a future in my love life at all with anyone?
Most definitely. Does this other individual have children?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm picking up on this person having children, and that's what's going to help bring things together.
Children?
And I feel like it's like a shared positive bond. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like that's that shared positivity. It's something that yins can talk about. It's something that yins can help each other work through. Like it's just something positive to associate the relationship with.
And you think this is a long-term thing, not a short-term fling?
Let's see. Yes, it's just beginning right now. We only have 2 minutes left right now, but I'm going to, it is in the working progress stages. We have the Three of Pentacles, the Page of Wands, and the Page of Cups. So we're going to try to look at this in a more positive note and just take heed that it is starting slowly. And that might seem weird because there is no love bombing. There is no wanting to be like in each other's back pockets right now, which is usually a red flag of some type of attachment issue. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, I used to be like that, not anymore.
Yeah, you don't want to be like that, and you don't want the person that you have interest in to be like that either. You want to take it low and slow and simmer through it like a simmer pot. Like it doesn't smell great at first, but then once it gets brewing and everything, it becomes something beautiful and something to just take comfort around. And that's what this is going to become, because he has all the tools to be there. He really does.
Okay.
It's just you putting the work into yourself. And we don't chase, we attract. So make sure that you're just not chasing, you know? He has everything there. Yeah, real fast.
Kids. Am I gonna have more kids?
No.
I'm not?
Not right now, no.
Not right now, in the future.
Yes, but it's going to be after a significant like change or move in your life.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for an offering of light with Robin Chaney. Robin Chaney. Live from RobinChaney.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is an offering of light on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Thursday night on Moonstruck TV and A1R Psychic Radio. I am Robin. I am a healer. I am here to help you heal and to move forward on your healing journey. If you are on one, I hope everybody is on one. Sorry, I just had a brain glitch. My apologies. If you like what I do tonight, please feel free to go to robinchaney.com, and I am open to taking callers. So if you would like for us to call you next week or the week after, please send me an email. I'm robin@robinchaney.com, or you can direct message me on Facebook or Instagram, or TikTok, but I'm not on TikTok a lot, so that's probably not the best way to contact me. But anyway, just send me a message. I will need your phone number so that we can call you. And just know that, sorry, Gemma is really excited about the callers. So it is international. So wherever you are in the world, please let me know. And if you are open to receiving a live healing from me during this show, next week or the week after, please reach out and I will be happy to give you a call. All right. So let's go ahead and get started, shall we? All right, so get comfortable, whatever that looks like for you. You can be laying down, sitting down. Probably not the best to be standing up because this energy can be very powerful. So just go ahead. Do not be driving a car right now. If you want this healing and you're driving, just pause it until you get to a safe place, okay? Just say, I want the healing, but I have to wait until I'm safe. So, and it will do that for you, okay? It is very kind that way. All right, so everybody's comfortable. So let's go ahead and take a deep breath on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, deep breath in. And release. And let's do that again on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, deep breath in. And release. All right. Last week, Elliot made an appearance, who is my neighbor's cat. He just went outside, so Gemma has nothing to do but beg for cookies. So I will be giving her cookies throughout the evening or throughout this show to hopefully keep her occupied. Okay, so now I'm just going to start running light. Oh, this feels really good. I feel like there's a lot of stress, a lot of confusion, a lot of frustration out there right now. So I just want everybody to take a deep breath and exhale. And let's get this light to help calm those adrenal glands. Calm that brain down. Wow, this feels good. Whoever I'm picking up on, this feels really good. Whew. Yes, and just remember, this is your homeostasis, right? Not the running around, coffee-fueled, adrenaline-fueled life. This right here, this peaceful, blissful state. This is your homeostasis. All right, so I'm picking up on somebody's, like their central nervous system, and it is just like it is wired. Okay, more cookies for Gemma. So this person feels females, particular in the brain right now. Let me go in there. And I'm in the brain and the brain stem. Don't worry, everybody else here is also receiving healing. It's just my attention can only be in a couple places. And right now it's on this female. My brain already feels better. Okay, good. Let me just intensify that a little bit more for her. Here we go. Just calm down. It's not calm down. I mean, relax, just breathe, right? Just breathe. You can get everything done. Just start with a meditative state and that'll help you, okay? That'll help you prioritize things. Because I know when you're running around and there's so much to do and you get overwhelmed, nothing can get done. Nothing can get done. It's too much, right? So let's just take a deep breath. Allow this light to help you relax, breathe, and then prioritize. And then work off the priority list, okay? Not the fires. Work off the priority list, okay? Okay. Oh, honey, she feels like a single mom, just so much. Oof. You know what, honey? I'm going to give you some more here. I want you to sit down. It feels like you're not able to sit down, but it feels like you're listening to this. Are you live? Yes, you're live. Okay. Come back also when you have the kids in bed and you're able to breathe a little bit. Come back and do this again. This will work for you then as well. Okay. Gemma. All right, let's give Gemma a couple more cookies. There we go. All right, honey, I want to give you some self-confidence. I want to give you some self-worth, some self-love. You did not do this to yourself. You did not do this to yourself. But the good thing is you get to make the decisions to get yourself out of it, right? Make the decisions to get yourself out of it. So work off that priority list that was coming up earlier, okay? Prioritize things, okay? And work off that list. Again, not those fires, not those little fires, okay? It's very important if you can take a bath and put some Epsom salt in there or something, just take a bath and just relax. Just relax, honey. You deserve some me time, some spa time. You really do so much. And your central nervous system is just on fire. And that's partly why you're unable to relax, because your central nervous system is compromised, right? And you're always like, the adrenaline is just running and running and running. And that's going to cause a lot of fatigue in your adrenals. And you don't want that. You don't want that at all, because that exhaustion that you feel will be chronic. Okay. So really, really be gentle with those adrenal glands. Okay. There you go. Feel in the head. Nice. Okay, so I feel like I'm breathing more deeply. Amazing. It still feels shaky in my hands. You've got this, honey. You've got this. You need to be on that priority list as number one. Okay. I know you have kiddos, and I know they take a lot of precedent in your life, as they should, but you need to prioritize yourself. That will teach your kids self-care. Okay. I'm not saying neglect your kiddos. I'm just saying put your peace of mind first, your health first. Okay. It's okay for the kids to see that, because then they'll know to put their health first and their peace of mind first, right? You're going to teach them a valuable lesson before it's too late, right? Before they get overwhelmed like you, okay? We want to teach them to stay in themselves and to make their decisions, okay? And prioritize the decisions. Oh, I just opened my eyes to see what time it was. I'm getting close. All right, so I know I just have a couple minutes left. So I want to stand up. I have a treat for y'all. I'm going to do a really big offering of light. And I got to move my chair out of the way though. So I had to roll up let me put this up. So I had to roll up my carpet. Okay, or my rug, sorry. Okay, I have 3.5 minutes. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. Okay, everybody. So this is going to be pretty intense. And normally you can say stop, the light will stop, because free will is paramount. Free will is still paramount, but it's going to be coming in so fast, it's not going to be able to stop. So if you do not want to receive this healing, just go ahead and step out. It's okay. If you do, you're in a good one. This is a good one, okay? All right, so what we're going to do is on the count of 3, you're going to take a deep breath in. I'm going to call in the light, and then you're going to exhale. Okay, I'll tell you when to exhale. Sorry. Okay, and we're going to do this a couple times, so I need to hurry up. I'm just waiting for I'm just waiting for instructions that it's ready. It's ready. Okay. All right, everybody. All right, on the count of 3, we're going to take a deep breath in. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Deep breath in. Light, 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 light. And release. Exhale. Woo! That almost knocked me over. I get a little giddy drunk. I guess light drunk. Oh, feels good. Okay. All right, we're gonna I have 2 minutes. Oh, good, 2 minutes. Okay, so I can slow down a little bit. See, I got all excited. Yeah, I got it. Okay, so we have 2 minutes. Let's do this again. Okay. On the count of 3, take a deep breath in. 1, 2, 3. Deep breath in. And light, 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 light. And exhale. Ouch. Sorry, I have a kink in my neck. Ooh. All right, who's feeling that? Wow. I'm like, the first one about knocked me off my feet. This one I'm okay. I feel more grounded, which is great. Okay. All right, everybody, let's do this one more time. On the count of 3, take a deep breath in. 1, 2, 3. Deep breath in. And light, 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 light. And exhale. That about knocked me off my feet again. All right, I have 60 seconds, everybody. So I just want to sit back down where I fall over. Move my camera down. Thanks for taking that trip with me. And everybody got to experience that. Amazing. Amazing. That is some really intense light. So whoever is healing, that should definitely kickstart it or push it into a threshold that you've been healed. Okay. So 30 seconds left. Thank you everybody for coming. Again, if you want a personal reading, a personal healing on this show, contact me at my email, robin@robinchaney.com, or you can just go to robinchaney.com and contact me there, or direct message me on Instagram. I'm robin.chaney, or Facebook. I'm robinchaney.14, I think. Anyway, just contact me with your phone number, and we will, and Gemma says hi, and we will give you a call. Well, depending on how many we get. All right. Thank you so much for coming this evening. I hope you enjoy the rest of the night here on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. There are some wonderful people to follow. Good night.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live from the city of New York, where we get together more often than not these days on Wednesdays at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. And well, we made it through another grisly day, another dark day in American history. You know, this is, we're coming up to the anniversary of September 11th, where here in New York, almost everybody knew somebody who got killed that day. And I am no exception for that. I had a very interesting experience about that, by the way, which I'm not doing this to tease a product, but I can't really explain it in the little time that we have here. But the whole story is in the book, Reverend Elliot Explains It All, which is about how I did a particular magic ritual about September 9th. September 10th, which is today, was the day that I was downtown in New York for jury duty, which was supposed to have me come back on September 11th, which would have put me right in the thick of that attack, right down there. But it didn't happen. And how it didn't happen, well, that's the story in the book, which you can find on eBay or at mojoacademy.org in Reverend Elliot Explains It All. Because this is, it's one of those weird things that if you don't believe in magical work, this might get you wondering, might get you questioning that lack of belief. Because magical work is something that human beings have done for millennia. You could argue anthropologically that it's one of the things that made us human beings. There's some people who believe that humanity, the mind, took a great leap forward when some gorilla ate a magic mushroom. Now, I don't know. I've never done mushrooms. I've had the kind of life where I certainly did not need hallucinogenics to see weird things and to have weird things happen in my life. So no, I've never done that. I've kept my distance from that kind of stuff. But there's, what can I tell you? This has not been, as you know by now, probably. If you don't know, well, then it doesn't mean anything to you. But if it does mean anything to you, it doesn't matter what end of the political spectrum you're on. But it was a dark day, yet another day with somebody taken for political reasons. It's sad. It's just not. I'd like to say it's just not what we do, but apparently we do. So there you go. I've had my life threatened over the years by people, but no, it's when they start doing it that's the problem. The threats I can deal with, but no, it's some people say it's the price of fame. I'm writing some reminiscences about my particular period in the entertainment business, which I like to refer to as the memoirs of a has-been who never quite actually was, because I was around for a lot of stuff. And I made a nice living, but I never became famous, and I'm glad of it. Fran Lebowitz once said that, and if you don't know who Fran Lebowitz is, then this is a perfect illustration of why you don't. She said that being a famous writer is just enough fame because it gets you the best tables in the finest restaurants, but nobody bothers you on the street. And I have seen, it's New York, so there's a lot of famous people running around, and I've seen a lot of them get harassed on the street constantly, and then there's other times when people just don't believe you. My wife to this day doesn't realize that we once had a conversation, the three of us, with Julia Roberts. she doesn't believe that was Julia Roberts. But because they don't look like you think they look. The famous people when they're off duty, when the flag is down and on the cab, when they're off duty, they do look very different, usually. But I've met some very nasty famous people. I've met some delightful famous people, and I'm going to be writing about that. I think a couple of the nicest people I knew were Fred Gwynne and Frank Gorshin, Robert Preston. They were the people who were not nice. I'm not going to bother mentioning. I closed the iron door on those people. It's not worth it. But some of them were just such dynamite people that you can see why they became big, because they just have a magnetism about them, and they're nice to people. There's no reason not to be. Here I am shuffling up the cards almost nervously. That's the thing. I've been doing this for years and years now, and I still get nervous before each show. I don't take this for granted. I enjoy doing it so much, but I get like butterflies, before a performance. But I don't consider this a performance, because this is me. This is just who I am and what I do. And you call me up and you talk to me about who you are and what you do. And we're just people who, we're ships in the night meeting. Now, I need to talk to you about something. It's about me, of course. I wasn't here last week, and I always feel that I owe you an explanation for my bailing out on a show. And I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you precisely what happened. I've got an eye that a few years ago decided to stop working. I guess maybe it had seen enough. I have a very blasé eyeball. It has seen enough. So it turned itself off. When that happens, the human body is a remarkable thing. The human body not only tries to heal itself, but it does heal itself. I mean, we've all had pretty bad diseases, illnesses, broken bones maybe, and they heal. The body does that. It's remarkable. It's almost miraculous, that we heal. Well, that's what my eye is trying to do. But my eye is kind of stupid, because my eye doesn't have a brain. Thank God, right? My eye is trying to heal itself, and what it does is, I had a problem with a blood vessel in the eye, and the eye decides to fix that by making new blood vessels constantly. And they die off, and then there's more and there's more. But sometimes they don't die off. And it gets awful crowded inside that eyeball. And it hurts like hell. It hurts terribly. Now, I can take aspirin for it. 3 aspirin used to knock that out, because it also got rid of swelling, so that was good. My current medical condition, I am forbidden to take aspirin. So I try a few other things, Tylenol. None of it works as well. So I was in agony last week, and that's why I didn't do the show. That would not be good TV, as they used to call it in the TV business. To sit here screaming. First of all, that would scare people. It'd scare the hell out of people if they say, well, would you please look at my cards? And then I lay out the cards, and then I scream. Now, how would you feel? No. You don't want to do that. That would be like a practical joke that a card reader would play, which is to look at the cards and say, oh, no. But, when people come to you for a reading, they're opening up their heart to you. And you just don't want to do that. I mean, I would hope you don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to scare people. I'm not here to scare people. And you'll notice that mostly I get very positive readings, which is kind of dull, but most people have good lives. Life works out, you know. I once brought a room of people to tears. They were playing a psychological game. Some women from like Nebraska, you know. They were playing a psychological game. They were trying to do a number on me. Okay. This was long ago. This was in the 70s. You weren't born yet. And we were supposed to say something that was true. And I kept telling them that everything always works out fine in the end. And no matter what argument they gave me, I said everything works out fine in the end, until they were all crying because they knew I was right. I mean, things do work out fine. Now, you know and I know that if you hurt yourself or if something really bad happens to you and somebody says to you, well, it's a blessing in disguise, you know you really got shafted. Because I don't buy that. But, you know, I didn't make this up. It's always darkest before the dawn. Things work out well. Have you thought about the times in your life when you were really down and it was just awful? But you're here still, right? And theoretically, you're doing okay, I guess. This is what I mean, is that we're not in any position to judge the vicissitudes of life as they're vicissituding on us all over us, you know. And I don't like when people say things like, and I discuss this a lot with people, which is like, well, if you're grieving, you've grieved enough. I don't like that. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that. Richard Alpert, otherwise known as Baba Ramdas, said something so brilliant that the first time I heard it, I thought, why didn't I think of that? So because he's brilliant, and, you know, you're adequate, you know. He said, I'm tired of people shoulding all over me. Now, yes, it's a pun, but I get it. You get it too, don't you? People shoulding, you should do this, you should do that. Gosh, I've got the hiccups and the heartburn from pain medications. You shouldn't do this, you should. Be a good little girl, be a good little boy. I knew a woman who had a peculiar habit. It's just a safe story to tell. When she laughed, if she had a habit of laughing when something was funny. Now, that's not the peculiar part, as you can imagine. The peculiar part is she would apologize. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. She was somewhere along the line. She was trained to apologize for laughing. I don't know about you, but laughing at things is one of my favorite things to do. And I don't mean in a sarcastic, nasty way. I mean like in a watching Laurel and Hardy or The Three Stooges or W.C. Fields, which I have yet to meet a woman who appreciates W.C. Fields. It's hard enough to find a woman who likes The Three Stooges. They're just stupid. Well, yeah, that's the point, you know. They're stupid people, you know. That was the whole deal. Stupid people who think they're smart. There's you could find this on YouTube somewhere. There's a very late in life interview with Mo Howard. And the guy says, do you hit your wife in the face with pies? And he's aghast. He says, I would never do a thing like that. What's the matter with you? You know, because he was an actor. You know, he was just an actor. He acted stupid. And he played a stupid person who thought he was smart. You know, it's very funny, but some people get trained to do these things, to apologize after laughing. You know, I put in my time in purgatory as a stand-up comic many years ago, and could you imagine if I felt guilty every time I got people to laugh? Not that I did it with any great consistency, I might add, but I had my moments. People used to say to me, well, what did you do? What kind of a performer were you? I said, it's just like just listen and ask one radio. I would just get up there and talk. That was it. That was my shtick, was just to talk. I dug it, I had a few good years there, and I liked it, but it's not the kind of thing that I figured I would be able to advance in. Now, there's a funny thing is that I knew a comedian, a woman who was a dancer, and she became very famous as a comedian. Her name was Rita. And every time she was interviewed, people would say, well, it must be wonderful living your dream. And she'd say, good Lord, no, the comedy wasn't my dream. What kind of a crackpot dreams of that? So it was a practical decision. I liked entertaining, she said, and I was a dancer, and I looked around. She had been on Broadway, and I looked around, she said, and I saw that there's more old comedians than old dancers. So she decided to be a comedian, and she studied up on it very methodically. And that's one way to do it. And she became a dynamite comic. She became a killer. She had an aptitude for it from I saw her first performance, unbelievably good. But it wasn't living your dream, and that's what many people are hung up on that. I got to live my dream. Now, do you think I dreamed that one day I would be doing this, sitting here talking to you, reading tarot cards? No, I fell into this. I never believed in the expression, keep your eye on the prize, because then you'll miss everything else along the journey. And you don't know, and I've lost friends over that attitude. When I started it just makes me laugh. I'm sorry. It makes me laugh. When I got work as a screenwriter, I had a friend who studied screenwriting in college. He majored in it, and he couldn't get work. And I said, what are you doing it for? How are you doing it? I said, well, they asked me to do it. I figured the producers thought I could do it, and if they thought I could do it, they're going to pay me an awful lot of money to do it. I'll do it. And we never heard from that person again. This was a friend. See, so just see where life is willing to take you, because as we've learned today, it can be preciously short, because there are people out there who aren't going to like you. That's, don't waste your time trying to win people over. Be as nice as you can to as many people as you can, and be authentic to yourself. Read Hamlet's, Polonius's advice to the players. Not Hamlet. It's Polonius, right? To thine own self be true, things like that. Don't saw the air too much. But no. Be yourself, which is a very difficult thing to be. Monumentally difficult to be, but when opportunity comes, grab it. If you don't have the ability to do something and you fail at it, so what? You tried. But if you succeed at it, then you're fine. You'll be all right. Well, that's how I got through all my life. That's how I got through every advancement, every job, every interesting thing I ever got. Can you do this? Here's what we'll pay you. Hand me my fountain pen. I'll sign on the dotted line. And I did. What's the worst they could do? Fire me? How incompetent could I be? They wanted me, then they were the incompetent people. It's a thing, it doesn't hurt to plan, but don't be rigid about your plans, because the world is a remarkable place, and there are opportunities waiting for you that you never dreamed of at all. And I would urge you to give it a try. Don't be afraid. Try it. There's nothing to fear. Just try it. We're here to life. As Auntie Mame said, and I'll clean it up a little bit because I'm wearing a collar. Life is a banquet, and most poor souls are starving to death. See? It's great advice, man. That and don't let people should all over you. So we're all shuffled up now. I've explained why I wasn't here. I've explained that, as the great occult writer Israel Regardie was wont to say, life's a funny old dog. You know, I'll show you this in a couple of weeks, but I didn't. You can go see it at my eBay store, which you find a link to at my website, magic-works.com. But I sold several of this new talking board I made. Now I don't call it a Ouija board because that's a trade name, and I don't want to use a trademark name. It's a talking board, it's a spirit board. I made a special one for Halloween, and I've already sold several of them, and I just mailed them off today at the post office. I had a great old time. I love making things and mailing them out to people. It's like arts and crafts in kindergarten again. You know, I just love it, and I'll be happy to do that with you sometime too. Just my collection at eBay is growing. Some of you know the story about how I ditched Amazon. They were not nice to me. They were very not nice to me. And I don't tend to appreciate people who are not nice to me. You don't have to be a sycophant, but just, don't go out of your way to be nasty to me. That's all I ask. I don't ask much. There you go, right? So let's ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And now we'll pull back the curtain on the magical window for Kayla in Zion Grove, Pennsylvania. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight, Kayla?
I'm doing pretty good. This
Well,
is my
let's see if
first time calling into your show, actually.
Oh, well, that's good. I mean, it's my first time talking to you, so we're even, right? What can I look at for you?
I guess basically, what do my spirit guides want me to know at this time, pretty much?
Oh, excellent question. Well, these are interesting cards here because not necessarily reading them in any particular order. The Two of Swords is here, which is like a period of stalemate. Nothing is happening. Things that you want to have happening, things are not moving. Is that what you are now?
Yes.
Okay, well, the Three of Coins is here too. Now, the Three of Coins, you can take it very literally or symbolically. It's about something new coming into your life that you will work at and you will succeed at. And you will be recognized for that success, and it'll lead to other things. If it's a job, it could be a new position in the job. It could be a promotion. It could be a new job altogether, or it doesn't necessarily have to be a job. It's something new in your life that you're good at, and you'll handle it, and you'll be recognized for it, and you'll succeed. The next card there is the Nine of Cups, which is a card of great fulfillment. See, this guy's happy here in this card. It's a card of emotional satisfaction and enjoying the good things in life, and doing well. And the overall card I have for this is the Sun. I get that so often for people that it just really it boosts my a feeling for humanity. It's a card of healing and health and growth and happiness. So if there's anything that you feel is kind of holding you back or stunting your growth, this is going to be you smiling and happy as you get out of that, and you grow and you heal. So if there's anything in your life that you want to heal from, it's here, and you're going to heal from it. Okay?
Okay.
So that seems to be the message.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Anything else you want to look at?
What's my biggest obstacles, like my biggest blocks right now?
Oh, well,
Getting to move forward.
Well, that's an interesting question. And have you had some big disappointments in your life lately?
Yes.
Okay, because that's it. This is the Nine of Swords, which is a card of sadness. So now I don't know if that's so much as an obstacle as much as it's something that you're going to need to work through. But don't be too concerned about it, because you have also here right after that the Star. That's a card of health and hope and optimism. the high priestess is here, which
Okay.
tells me that you're a person of very spiritual power, very great spiritual power. So the only thing that may be holding you back at the moment is sadness for things that have happened. But I don't see that really holding you back, if you know what I mean. You'll deal with it, and that might be the thing in the sun, because that's a dark card, the Nine of Swords. It's very dark, but the sun is bright and happy. So I think you're going to overcome it beautifully. Now you're going to be entering a period of emotional well-being. That's the Ace of Cups.
Mhm.
Aces are beginnings, and cups are emotion. So I think that if you've had any emotional blocks, you're going to overcome those.
Okay.
Okay. And you're going to do it very
Great.
successfully, I might add, with the Six of Rods. That's a card of triumph and success. So you're going to get around that. You asked exactly the right question, and the answer is beautiful, because you're going to deal with it, and you're going to surpass it. Okay.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Just keep very positive and you'll be okay. I know it's hard to remain very positive when negative things happen, but that's something that we can will to do. And I see that you have that ability. So thank you so much for calling.
Great.
Bye-bye now.
Thank you.
My
Bye-bye.
pleasure. Bye. Now let's shuffle them up. That was an excellent question, by the way. And it's funny how these cards just get right to the heart of things. We're shuffling them up again, and Farah in Washington, D.C. is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi.
Hi, you're sounding awful chipper for a town that's under military occupation. That's how the news puts it sometimes, you know. They're a little scary.
I
aren't
know
they?
they do.
I mean, well, we have the National
right.
Guard. We have the National Guard in our subways now too. So I guess we're all being taken over, right? But
Right.
I hope
Right,
things
right,
are.
right.
I hope things are improving. So what can I look at for you?
So I have two questions. One, I lost my job in March, and
Oh.
since then I'm unemployed. I want to know when I will get a job. And secondly, when I will get married. I just broke
Ah.
up with my boyfriend, so I don't know if he's going to come back or someone else going to come back into my life.
Well, let me tell you something. I just pulled two cards here that answer both questions.
Okay.
First is the Ten of Swords. That's a pretty nasty looking card,
Okay.
but it's good. You know, it means life has thrown its worst at you, and you're about to get up and get going again. So you're still here. That's about the job problem. So that's going to end. The worst is over, is what
Okay.
that means. The next card is the Page of Cups. Cups are happiness,
Mhm.
romance, love, and a page is the appearance of something new. In the court cards, you go from the knight to the queen to the king to the page, with the knight being theoretical, and it gets more solid as you go along. It's the Page of Cups is the appearance of something new in the realm of romance. So you see, you asked exactly the right question. So something's coming. You're going to meet somebody, and romance is just around the corner, and your job troubles are going to be over soon. Now, that's about all. I don't need any other cards for that. That's beautiful. You know, that's a great reading. Is there anything else you want to look at?
Perfect.
'Cause
Yeah, so it's
the cards like you.
for my boyfriend. Uh-huh.
The cards like you is what I say.
So-
They responded exactly to what you asked.
Oh, that's good. But the boyfriend part, is he going to be the old one or someone going to new come?
Well, the page involves something new, so I would say
Okay.
that's more likely. But
Okay.
let's see. Let me just cut the deck here. No, I mean, I'm not getting an indication there, but I do have the Four of Rods, which is about a happy home and joy and contentment and being with somebody. It's looking very good. Oh gosh. the Ace of Cups now. See, the Page of Cups and the Ace of Cups are indications of romance coming. Both of them is strong, or are strong. Both of them am strong, let's say, or are strong. Gosh. But yeah, now you're going to like this one. When people ask about romance, and this card shows up, which is the Hierophant, which is the high priest, that signifies marriage.
Yay!
So I think you're on your way to something really good. And once again, here's that card. The Sun, health and healing and growth and happiness. Your outlook is very bright. Very good. So
Thank you.
I think it's wonderful. Now, this is really good. The key, though, is that ugly-looking card, though, that means the worst is over. So that's good. You've been through a bad period, and you're going to come out of that, and you're going to do quite well, okay?
That's great. For the job, can you tell me a time frame when I will find it?
Well, let's take a look. But according to the array of cards that I got, it's on the way, because the bad times are ending. It's the Nine of Rods is here, and that's a person who's prepared for what's coming. So if there's any field that you specialize in, it's probably going to be in that area. Okay. So that's good. I'm not getting anything in timing. I paused for a second because of this. That's the Ace of Rods. That means a new career, new job. I told you the cards like you.
Great.
So you're going to get something that you're very, very, very well suited for. How's that?
Sounds wonderful.
Oh, well, so, all this wonderful news must sound boring to the listeners, but it's good, isn't it? It feels good, doesn't it? Here's another. This is another ace. The ace. You had the Ace of Cups. The Ace of Swords is also that you're starting to see things differently. Mentality. It's mental activity. You're starting. This might be what's triggering all the good things that are about to happen. Is that your outlook on the world is changing. Okay, so you're growing, and that's very good. Okay, and that leads to this card, which is the Ten of Cups, probably the happiest card in the deck, which is about a home and family and children and just all the good stuff in life. Okay, so hang in there because it's coming. This preponderance of cards is so good that it's going to be soon. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. The doctor who delivered me 10,000 years ago, once I lived long enough to get to know him, and he told me that he was terrified every time he delivered a child. And I was thinking, oh, great, what do you think it's going to be? They're all going to turn out like me? But no, he was always, the first thing he did, it was just a fetish he had. As soon as the child was born, he would count the toes and the fingers because he always expected bad stuff, and bad stuff never came. And that's how it is with card readers. We're prepared to give bad news, and yet look how positive all these readings are. Now, why is that, you suppose? And I have a theory. My theory is that the people who call are asking for help. People who ask for help get help. People who ask for help are resourceful. People who ask for help are not afraid to ask for help, or they wouldn't be asking for help. So things are going to work out better for them than for the person who just sits and stews about problems. But as soon as you take this step to consult even cards, isn't that a silly thing? It sounds silly, doesn't it? I'm going to ask some cards, and then the men in the white coats come and take you away, right? But you hear it. These things are right on the money. They work. And I think that the reason that there's such a good outcome in so many readings is that people have a healthy outlook on life if they can ask for help. They ask for people. In the years that I've been doing this on Ask One Radio, which is only a fraction of the years that I've been doing this, but it's many years now, well over 400 shows. I only twice didn't want to do a reading on the air for the person, and that wasn't because it was bad. It was just very personal, and I didn't think they would want, people all over the world to listen to that. So I called them privately, and didn't charge them. Of course, I mean that would be awful, if I could work somebody into a state of concern like that and then charge them to do a reading. You'll notice that I don't charge much because I don't. Well, to the callers, I don't charge anything. But look at that. See, I dropped another card. Oh man, this clumsy old man here. Oh, come on. This is beautiful television, right? Just reaching down for cards and pulling plugs out of your ear. And come on, I know you're down there. I saw you a moment ago. Ah, well. Maybe it was a bad card and we don't want to read it anyway. Oh, there it is. Actually, it's two good cards. Oh man, I'm just getting so clumsy in my dotage. So anyway, that's I got to stop doing that. I'm going to leave this thing out of my ear for the moment because it got stuck in my head, the silicone ear cushion. But I can still hear you, folks. Deanne in Boston is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, Reverend Elliot. My name is Deanne. Thank you for taking my call.
My pleasure.
I'm suffering from...
I haven't been to Boston in years, but I enjoyed it when I would go.
It's a beautiful place.
Oh, yes, and history laden everywhere you go. What can I look at for you?
Well, I am just suffering with extreme loneliness. I am 37 years old. I have been single for the past 3 years. And I was just wondering if you saw my love life improving at all. I really miss my ex-fiance, and I have a crush on this guy. His name is Albie. He's a Virgo, and I write to him, but I never receive a response back. So I'm just kind of in limbo. I have nothing really going on for me. I have a date for tomorrow, for Friday night, actually. But I'm not sure.
Well,
where things are going to end up.
I see that in terms of romance, I got the Knight of Cups here. Cups are about affairs of the heart and romance. The Knight of Cups is very erratic. So it's up and down, hit or miss, and you haven't hit anything stable yet, have you?
No, not at all.
Yeah, well, but
it's been 3 years of this.
Well, you will, I'm sure. First of all, I had this card earlier. It's the 10 of Swords. That means the worst is over. So you should be okay. The 2 of Coins is here too, which I'm going to take metaphorically more than literally about money. That's about trying to get something started, trying to get something moving in life, trying to get it going, which is good. You're working on it. That's what counts. That's the only thing that really counts in life is working at it, instead of giving up. The 10 of Swords is important because that signifies the rough times are over. That things are going to get better from here on in. So that's worth knowing. But you see, you don't need me to tell you this. Is the 4 of Swords. That's a period of stagnation and nothing is happening.
Mm-hmm.
The 9 of Cords, the 9 of Coins, is a card of a person who's kind of comfortable being alone, but would rather not be. But you could, you're not panicking about it, which is good because that nothing scares people away than that air of desperation. Wouldn't you agree? So you're not giving off those vibes. But I think that you're on the right path to getting what you want. because I've got the Eight of Cups here, and that's a person who is walking away from things in her life that are not working and going towards the things that are. So that's very good. That helps. Now, on the plus side again, here is the Ace of Cups. That means that something new is coming in terms of romance and affairs of the heart and emotions. So that's good too. Okay, so hang in there. I don't see anything bad. I don't see anything like causing people to run away from you. It's just it's the luck of the draw, So I mean, I was pretty much single for let's see, 3 years, like you. You mentioned that, right? 3 years, and I met somebody, and we've been together now 40 years. So that's it can happen, It certainly can happen. So we don't know what we're destined for, So hang in there. I'm not seeing anything bad, but I do see that things are coming. It's fomenting around you. There's the Eight of Cups tells me you're working on it, and it's going to be fine. You're going to succeed. The Ace of Cups is about the appearance of something new romantically. The Nine of Coins, you're not freaking out being alone, but you'd rather not be. The Four of Swords is saying that nothing's going to really be happening immediately, but it will be happening. And the Ten of Swords tells me that life has thrown its worst at you, and you're still here, and you're doing fine. The Knight of Cups
is... the time frame for that? Like that?
Well, it's happening now. I mean, it's in the process of happening. You see, it's not a matter of like it's going to be in this season or that. I could do that if we had an awful lot of time and I spread the cards out in a very complicated way, which is really, even then, it's not worth doing, because these things are in motion. Let's put it that way. It's all in motion now. So the key is the Ace of Cups. That means something good is beginning, and it's coming. Okay, that's not like at some point it's coming. It's coming. That's what it is. It's on the way. So that's good to see too. The Five of Cups is an interesting card. Oh, great. This is the one card in the deck that really indicates, by the way, forget the Five of Cups for a second. The Eight of Rods, that means what we're discussing is on the way right now. It's exactly what that means. See, the cards are saying it's coming. The Five of Cups is about somebody who's a little bit still not fixated on, but concerned with something and a romance that didn't work out. But it's only a partial loss. It's not as bad as you might think, and you will waken to the possibilities of other people very shortly. Okay. So if it's still something that's bothering you or hurting you or distracting you, that's going to fade away in time, and that'll free you up from any attachments to things that are gone. Okay.
Yeah.
And that'll help a lot, that'll help. So keep that in mind, because these are cards that indicate, especially with the Eight of Rods there, that what you want is on the way. It's definitely on the way. There's no two ways about it. It's coming. And that's because you're working on it. It's because of the Eight of Cups. It's that you're making it happen. So, give yourself a round of applause and think about that, okay?
Yeah, wonderful.
Let me know how it works out. If you meet somebody, give me a call. If you can't get through, you can contact me at my site. Through Ask One Radio or Reverend Elliot's Magical Window or magic-works.com. You can find me and just remind me that you're in Boston and you're waiting. And I said when somebody shows up that I would pull some cards for you. Okay, we'll do that. No charge, of course.
Wonderful. Oh, thank you so much. No, that's
My
good.
pleasure.
Thank you so
Stay in
much.
touch. Okay.
Oh, sure. Yeah, definitely. I hope it comes soon.
Oh, it's on the
Oh,
way.
God
These cards say that it's coming.
Fantastic.
Thanks for calling.
Sure.
Bye
Thank
bye.
you. Bye.
And we're all shuffled up now, and this is sometimes we're destined to meet people. Here's something freaky about that. I mentioned I 40 years ago I met somebody, and there was an instant bond between us. And the weird part is, I may have mentioned this before. I may mention it a lot for all I know. I'm a stream of consciousness guy, and so I don't keep track of this thing. But recently I looked at Ancestor.com, I think at one of those places. I don't think it was that one particularly, but I found out that my wife and I have something in common. Her father's great grandparents and my mother's great grandparents lived in the same county in Europe. Now, what are the odds of that? That we would be brought together in New York, But there it is, it happened, It's almost as if our DNA was screaming, Landsman, here you are. So never count yourself out, It's remarkable. The world, Haldane, J.D. Haldane, was that his name? Said the universe is not only stranger than we know, it's stranger than we can know. And things like that get me believing it. Well, we've got a few minutes left, so let's go to Marissa in Minnesota. Hi, Marissa. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you tonight?
Thanks for having me.
Oh,
I'm
my
doing well.
pleasure. Well, what can I look at for you?
So, it's very interesting that you've been talking about relationships and been talking about being drawn to each other, because that's actually why I'm calling. Me and I have a late fiance who passed about 7 years ago.
I'm so
and
sorry.
we have, thank you. We have 3 children, and I ended up remarrying, and I married his cousin.
Mm-hmm.
And me and him have been married for several years now, and we've been going through a lot of hardships in our marriage, and we ended up getting separated for 5 months. And we thought we were as good as divorced until one day on the way to the courthouse to drop off the papers, I texted him and asked him, is this really what you want? And now it's like he's back in the house, and we're kind of, working on our marriage again. And it's like we have this, me and him keep saying that, we're just drawn to each other. It's like this connection we can't give up. And I love my children's father, my late fiance, and then watching my relationship with Zach, that's my husband's name is Zach. And I just kind of I feel like, is this the path that I'm supposed to be on, is working on our marriage?
I'm starting to believe that there are more paths than we know of or suspect that exist. And part of that is, for years, science derided the Lamarckian theory of inherited characteristics in terms of that if you cut off the tail of 1,000 mice, eventually the mice will have no tail. Well, of course, that never happened. But there are things, we don't have time to go into that now because I don't want to shortchange you on the reading, but there is look up epigenetics sometimes. This is a whole new field that science denied, but they gave it a new scientific name, so then it's real, But we carry in our DNA everything that happened to all of our ancestors, which is heavy going. And, they're in there. They're definitely in there. I'll tell some stories about that sometime, about things that I said to my parents as a child that freaked them out. But, this whole idea that my wife's family and my family were neighbors, generations ago. That kind of stuff makes you wonder, don't you think? Because what you're feeling is the same thing. Now, I had a marriage that went bad, and that there was no two ways about it. That was bad. But this is a whole different thing, and so there are forces that drive us that we just don't recognize. And science has denied for so many years, and now they see it's real. So the way science deals with something that turns out to be real is that they give it a scientific name. Anyway, there could be forces at work between the two of you, in you and that family, in fact, that nobody knows. So we can't dismiss that kind of stuff, can we? We do so at our own risk. So what would you like to look at tonight? I've got a few minutes left.
Just if this path that I'm on, if it's going to be like I don't want it to be too difficult. Is this going to be an easier path? Is this going to be something that we're supposed to be doing, or I don't know. Just kind of like what's to come.
Well, the first card I have is the High Priestess, which tells me that you are actually a person who's very connected with the spiritual side of the world. That's very important, because you are you're almost a mystical entity yourself. Now keep that in mind. That's where these other powers are from. And the Six of Rods is here. It says you're going to be very successful at what you want. So that's very good too. Unfortunately, I have like a minute left, but I'm just leaving you with this because the next card indicates that you're about to enter a whole new period in your life, and followed by the 10 of Cups, which is about great happiness and joy. So I think you're on the right track. And part of it is that you're a very spiritual person, you're in touch with the other side, so to speak.
Yeah.
So you might want to learn about developing that if you haven't, but you feel it, don't you?
Oh, I do. I have dreams. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Dreams
definitely.
is where it comes from. Dreams is exactly where it comes from. If you drop me a line, my email is asktarot@earthlink.net. It's one word, asktarot @earthlink.net.
TAROW?
TAROT. Or get me through askoneradio.com. Just Google Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. You'll find a way to get in touch with me. And I will be happy to send you some books, some information about books on this stuff, okay? But I've got to run. I've got a half a minute left. So thanks a lot for calling. And the news is good.
Thanks.
Bye-bye now. And that's it. We've come to the end of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. We have hit the wall. So I've got to run. But until we get together next week at 11 Central, 9 Mountain, 8 Pacific, 10 Pluto time. I'm losing track of all this. I'm getting giddy, right? I will see you again next week. Until then, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Oracle Buffet with Heather Carmona. Live from PsychicAstrologyWI.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Oracle Buffet
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hola mundo! Hello world! Welcome to the Oracle Buffet. As you may know, we are under the full moon in Aries, and since I'm a Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Aries, I gotta be honest, I'm feeling a little heavy today. So I decided not to do an astrology reading, and I decided to have some fun to help not only raise my frequency, but also hopefully make you laugh and raise your frequency too. So we're going to be doing a reading today from El Buffet de Oráculos. So everyone gets a message under this here full moon. But first, we got to talk about our sponsors. You know, get the bills paid around here. First sponsor of the day, High Class Grass at highclassgrass.com. You can find them on Amazon, eBay, Walmart, TikTok. High Class Grass is all about finding ways to bring more convenient ways to bring plant-based foods to the world. Next sponsor is the Lighthouse Center, Inc. in Whitmore Lake, Michigan, which, as you may know by now, is the meditation center that was founded by my grandmother. If you're in the Whitmore Lake, Michigan area, stop by, see them, sit in on a meditation, take a class, do whatever. That being said, we're going to get started here with the reading from the Oracle Buffet. So yeah, let's have some fun. Let's raise our vibrations because I'm sick of feeling like a whiny little brat like I have been all morning. So enough of that. We're going to have some fun. All right. So we're going to start off with Aries, who's in the midst of it right now with the full moon. So what does the universe want Aries to know today? All right. This might be a twofer type day for everybody. The dark blue galactic dragon. I'm kind of feeling like a dark blue galactic dragon today, to be honest. But anyway, helps you listen to the voice of the universe. Ignite the codes of your master blueprint. Access cosmic wisdom and enter higher service. What does the universe want Aries to know along with that? I'm cheating here and doing a reading on myself, you know, in front of everybody. Individuality. Every person has their own personalized study plan in this Earth school. Okay, Aries. So between these two cards, it sounds like you need to listen to the voice of the universe, accept your individuality, which that's what the full moon in Aries is asking us to do. Depending on where it falls in your chart, it's asking us to embrace our individuality, stand up for ourselves, and be who we're meant to be. So you need to do that, Aries. Follow your heart, of course. Follow what the universe is trying to tell you, and live your individual path. All right. We're going to see what the universe wants Taurus to know today. Taurus, what do our little bulls need to know today? All right. Let's see. Oh, we got two cards for Taurus. All right. What enchants me? The Wild Bergamot, the light card. All right. What goes along with that there, Taurus? It's the pull method. Not the... Never mind. Not going to make that joke. The push method of management assumes that humans are basically lazy and that pressuring and scaring the heck out of them will create motivation. The pull method, on the other hand, assumes that we are naturally inquisitive and if we are properly rewarded for our efforts, we can persevere with even the most difficult tasks. So stop forcing yourself to do stuff, Taurus, and start asking what enchants you. Pull things towards you. Don't push them and feel like you have to force them. You got to attract them and pull them towards you. All right, Gemini friends. ¿Qué lo que quiere el universo que sepas? What does the universe want you to know today under this full moon? Ooh. Express your joy and self-love. You realize that love of self is necessary to love another. So express your joy and love yourself, Gemini. That is a beautiful message for you. That goes out to you, Mother, and all you other Gemini friends out there that I have. Anyone else who's a Gemini. Express your joy, love yourself. And you know what? The more you do express your joy, and the more fun you have, like we're having here in El Buffet de Oráculos, the more you love yourself. So it kind of goes hand in hand. All right, Cáncer. See what our little crabby friends need to know today. What does the universe want Cancer to know today? Cancer, we're going to take 2 different slots for Cancer. Cancer needs to know beauty. I am a spark of divinity. Change me, divine beloved, into one who knows without question my own beauty, worthiness, and desirability. Let me remember constantly who I am. Love itself in temporary human form. And this one from the Now Habit, the language of the producer. Each time you choose to switch from your procrastination self-talk to the language of the producer, you are creating a new track of brain cells, wiring a new neural pathway in your brain. After you switch from the old path to the new several times, the new associations will strengthen, becoming easier to initiate while the old ones atrophy. So remember the beauty inside you, Cancer, and by doing so and focusing on that, you're going to rewire your brain to see more of that, and of course, by the laws of quantum physics, attract more of that. All right, what do our little lions need to know today, Leo? I just love you, Leos, I really do. What does the universe want Leo to know today? Universe wants Leo to know, ooh, Leo, have you been lazy? A lazy lion? No, I don't believe that. Lazy cat? Never. Got 2 from the Now Habit deck. Lack of motivation is a myth. We procrastinate when we fear a threat to our sense of self-worth and independence. We only seem to lack motivation when our natural drive for fruitful activity is threatened or suppressed. Lack of motivation is a myth. Notice the kinds of activities and interests outside of work that you're passionate about. You're naturally motivated to learn, discover, and produce. If that's not there, you're splitting your energy by telling yourself, I have to, but I don't want to. And then work efficiently in the flow state. Before starting a project, take 3 to 12 breaths in 3 parts. Inhale, hold your breath while tightening your muscles, and then exhale completely as you release your muscles and float down into the chair. This will signal to your mind and body it's safe to exhale, it's safe to shut off your stress hormones. I am choosing to sit still and focus on this work. In this stress-free environment, you will be accessing more of your brain cell power and working more creatively and efficiently, producing at least twice as much as usual. So get to work, Leo, but make it fun and convince yourself that it's you wanting to do it and, not the bills needing to be paid. All right, Virgo, the nature of time, we're going to speed things up here. Virgo, actually, okay. Virgo, how does the situation look and feel from a different view? Flip the stink bug card for Virgo, which is hilarious to me because Virgos don't like sticky things. Anyway, so we're going to pull another one. Take a moment. Stop. Not in the name of love, but stop. Now is not the time to rush into the decision you're about to make. Before this important decision is made, take a moment to pause and quiet your mind so you can ask your soul for guidance before you act or move forward. So flip the situation, look at it from a different view, and take a moment. Don't jump to conclusions, Virgo, but don't overanalyze either like you like to do. I know you. All right. Libra, the birthday people. What does the birthday people need to know today? Source. You are my source. Change me, divine beloved, into one who knows that you are my source. Fill me with confidence and faith, so I know I never have to beg, just gratefully receive. What else does the universe want Libra to know? Heal. What is mending? The purple coneflower. Heal and understand that you are my source. Fill me with confidence and faith, so I don't have to beg and I can just receive. So heal yourself, Libra, and you will start to receive. Scorpio. What does the universe want Scorpio to know today? Little Scorpio friends need to know this. Enjoyment. Striving and pushing makes life into endless hard work. The more you're inviting love to take over, the more enjoyment comes. Allow me to enjoy this life, dear Lord. Scorpio, enjoy your life. Stop fighting it. Stop resisting it. Stop dragging your heels, because it's going to drag you. All right, Sagittarius, what does the universe want Sagittarius to know today? Sagittarius, when I reverse the thought, I reverse the condition. There is no condition so severe that you cannot reverse it by choosing different thoughts. However, choosing different thoughts requires focus and practice. If you continue to focus as you have been, to think as you have been, and to believe as you have been, then nothing in your experience will change. So reverse the thoughts, and you're going to reverse the conditions, Sagittarius. All right. Capricorn, what does the universe want Capricorn to know today? Reach out. We know you're reaching out for help right now due to a current situation. Support is as much about the physical act of accepting help where offered as it is about the emotional benefits and learning that it's truly okay to accept support however it's presented to you. Capricorn, I know you don't like to ask for help, but the universe is telling you to reach out and ask for help. It's not going to make you less of a hard worker. It's not going to make you lazy. Ask for help. All right, Aquarius, Aaron, and all my other Aquarius friends, what does the universe want you to know today? Manifesting is my superpower. Ooh, look at you, Aquarius, manifesting things. What else are we manifesting here? All right, freedom. I possess the power and the free will to create my own happiness. Ooh, Aquarius loves to be rebellious. It loves to be free. So just know that manifesting freedom is your superpower, and you can certainly do that if that's what you so choose, Aquarius. All right. Last but not least, we're going to go with Pisces. What does the universe want Pisces to know today? Pisces needs to know, we're going to go with two since we have a little time here. Pisces needs to know this. We're going to start with the bird. How can I safeguard what is sacred to me? It's the meadowlark, protect. All right. And also with that, Pisces, we drew the respect card. You value everyone's unique perspective on the path to love. So protect and respect. Pisces, is this about you and protecting and respecting yourself? Or is it about other people? I feel like this is more about you, Pisces, protecting your own energy and respecting yourself, because you do give so much of yourself to other people in terms of self-sacrifice. So protect yourself, respect yourself, and you're going to be a lot happier in this lifetime. That's our short Oracle buffet reading, but we got a little bit of time here left. And I will say that with this full moon, I am offering full moon astrology readings. You can visit my site at psychicastrologywi.com. Find me on Facebook or on TikTok, Psychic Astrology with Heather, if you want to book a reading. I'm doing a special, $30 for 20 minutes. It's a great deal. We talk about what this full moon is asking from you. And we talk about, some other stuff too. As always, the birthday special for the month, Libra. You do get a free gift with your birthday reading. So feel free again to reach out to me at psychicastrologywi.com or on Facebook or again on TikTok. So that being said, we're winding down here. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining, watching this broadcast today, getting your reading from El Buffet de Oráculos. I hope you enjoyed these messages. I hope they resonated with you. And if you wouldn't mind letting me know in the comments whether or not they did, that would be great. Otherwise, I appreciate having you here, and we will see you next week. Thank you very much.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio. Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Tales from the Other Side with Chris Clardy. Live from Terrell and LenormandByChris.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Tales from the Other Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks for joining me on my very first episode of Tales from the Other Side. My name's Chris Clardy. I am an animal communicator, psychic medium, tarot reader, and I am happy to be here and joining you all, talking about pets and talking about mediumship. If you have a pet that you are trying to connect with and you would like to chat with me about it, I'd be happy to do a reading for you. If you have someone on the other side you're trying to connect with, I can also help you with that. I am based out of Ohio, and I have been a practicing medium now for a few years, and I just love working with pets and trying to help people resolve some of their grief, whether it be human or pets. I am also an avid animal owner and lover. I have horses, I have dogs and cats, and I love to help people learn about what their pets are thinking and how to help them best. It looks like we have Heather in Chino, California. I'm ready to have a chat with you. What kind of questions? Hello, how are you this evening?
I am good. How are you?
Good. Do you have a pet that you were looking to get a reading for?
Do you do ones that have passed?
Yes, I sure do.
Okay, that's where my main concern on what I wanted to get a reading for.
Okay, if you can help me a little bit by telling me your pet's name.
The pet's name was Willis.
Willis, okay. And Willis
was a dog. It was a girl.
Okay, Willis was a girl. Okay, thank you for that. So I'm feeling like Willis was a very, when Willis was a little bit younger, Willis was a very bouncy, energetic little girl.
Yes.
And had this wonderful, sweet energy and was like your best friend ever. And Willis really loved to, I feel like a sense of liking to travel around with you. If you took Willis on car rides or took Willis
I'll fill you in a little bit. Willis was very close to, at the time, my boyfriend, and she never left his side, ever, ever, ever. So that may make sense. She was always going wherever he went. And then she passed away, and I'm the one who found her after she got hit by a car on the road. It was just me that pulled up, and it was a strange incident.
Oh my goodness. So are you trying to get some resolution to what actually happened during the incident?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely, because she would never leave his side, and she left for a reason. I don't know why, and why was the reason that I was the one that found her. This happened years ago, and it still bothers me.
So I'm feeling like there was a distraction going on, and this distraction feels more of like she was kind of wandering about, and it feels like this front yard area that she normally isn't in, and that she somehow got out in that area. I'm sensing there was
there was either a gate or there was something on the side of the house that she came through that she normally wouldn't have access to. Does that make any sense?
A gate.
Okay.
Yes, there was a gate.
So her curiosity got the best of her, and I'm seeing her with her nose to the ground, sniffing around and this feels like it was right on the other side of that gate. Like she passed through that gate and she knew that wasn't really where she was supposed to be, but she just wanted to check it out. And then I'm hearing some loud noise that startled her. And instead of bolting to the back, she bolted to the front and became a little disoriented. This feels like an accident, a complete accident, but the person that did this, I don't believe they were completely aware of what they did. I don't believe that this was.
We know who it is. We knew who it was, and unfortunately, we found out she was on drugs at the time, and she wasn't sure what she had. So, yeah.
Oh, goodness.
You're right there.
So, I'm also feeling like the reason that you found her versus your boyfriend finding her, I don't feel at that time that it feels like there was some stuff going on with both of you, with life in general, and it was a very stressful time for you. And I'm feeling like you had a little bit more strength to deal with this accident at the time. That if he would have came upon the situation and found it himself, this could have actually kind of unraveled him a little bit more.
He would have, definitely would have.
So she definitely is still coming around and visiting. I'm sensing like a distance here. Are you and your boyfriend not in a relationship any longer?
Not anymore. No, we're no longer in a relationship.
Okay. I do feel like she does come in and check in on you, because even though you're talking about them being inseparable, she also was very attached to you, and she knew that you had both of them in your best interests, and that you really tried to not to kind of change this into a little bit of a relationship reading, but it feels like there was some stuff going on with him that he really needed support and help at the time. He really needed somebody to listen and to feel close to, and you both did that for him. And she understands that, and she understands that was a part of your life at that time, and you both had to go your separate ways in order for both of you to have good growth.
Yes. I have one question before we end up, because another coincidence, when a few months had passed or a little while had passed, and I had gotten him a new dog. We didn't know until we took her in for her shots and stuff that she was actually born on the same day a year later than Willis died. So we were wondering, is that part of her coming through? Because to be born, this new dog born on the same day that Willis had passed away, Lourdes.
So I don't feel like it's the same energy, but I do feel like it was a gift from her.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I feel like her energy has not come back to either one of you yet. And there will be a point, and I feel like her energy is going to come back in a form to you. And she definitely created kind of that divine timing to make that happen. But I feel like this energy that's going to be coming in to you is going to be it's not going to happen for a while yet. I feel like it's probably going to be more than a year, but you're going to get that feeling of, oh, I need to stop at the shelter, or this little dog is just going to pop up, and you're going to feel reminded of her. It's not going to be her, but you're going to, and it's going to have quite a different personality, but it's going to remind you a lot of of her and in the ways that she interacted with people and this just warm feeling that you're going to have about the whole situation.
Well, I look forward to that one day. I'm patient. I'll wait. Thank you so much. You were very, very comforting because, like I said, this happened years ago, and I cannot shake it. I could not figure out.
Wow.
Why is it that we can't answer that question? Why she left his side? 'Cause she never would, and why is it that I drove up because I wasn't even at home when she left, and I just happened to drive up and find her in the road, and it was just a horrid thing. But you know what? She's a good dog. She had a good life. So
yeah.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're so very welcome.
You take care, and I appreciate you guys. You guys are wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's amazing how having these critters come into our lives can leave a mark on us for many, many, many years. We have these things come up that we once had these memories of a child, of an animal passing when we were growing up. And I many times do readings for people asking questions like this of a loss that happened many, many years ago. And it's always comforting to know that they stay with us. They follow us through our lives. They sometimes come back in other forms, and they do things to help guide us and comfort us from the time that we remember them in the physical till the time that we meet them again when we have crossed over. So just kind of remember that and make a little homage to them, a little altar in their memory that can keep them in your memory and to keep their spirit alive, because they're definitely with us all the time. And you know, when you're out and about and you see these folks that are having grief issues because of their pets, just be kind and let them understand that you know how they feel and that they are loved and their pets are with them and that they still love them. So I hope that is helpful to you, and feel free to reach out to me at mediumchrisclarity@gmail.com is my email address. Follow me on Facebook at mediumchrisclarity, or come and visit my website, Tarot and Lenormand by Chris, and I'd be happy to set up a reading for you, or have a chat with you about your pets and help guide you to get some answers and resolutions with those four-legged critters that you love.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Angelic Insights and Healing
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. I hope you are having an awesome Tuesday. For those of you who do not know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am the owner of Angels Always Around Us. I am a psychic medium, a life coach, a Reiki master, a hypnotherapist, a shamanic energy healer, and a pranic energy healer. If you would like to follow me, you can go to my Facebook page at Angels Always Around Us, or my Instagram is at Angel Margaret P, and my website is Angels Always Around Us. I do psychic readings and energy healings, hypnotherapy, life coaching, all that good stuff. While we are waiting for a caller to come on the line, I will let you guys know of some upcoming events that are happening at the end of this month on October 24th at 6 o'clock p.m. Is our Special Angels game night for a night of inclusive game fun for those with and without disabilities. On November 6th at the Delco Axe House, me and Mel Thompson will be doing psychic readings there. So come on out and throw some axes with the family and get a psychic reading, have some fun. And then on November 9th and 10th is the Awaken Expo at the Plymouth Meeting Mall. I will be there doing readings and healings. Also on Saturday the 9th at 2 p.m. I will be giving a talk on guardian angels, who they are. Does everybody have one? We're going to share some experiences. We're going to share what I know with y'all about the guardian angels and what they do, how we can get closer to them, all kinds of awesome good stuff. And then also on November 20th, we are having a psychic readings and paint night at a Flick of the Wrist Paint, also right next to Delco Axe House. Nell from Nashville, Tennessee, how are you today?
Hi, I'm wonderful. Thank you. How are you?
I am good, thank you. How can I help you today?
I was just looking for a message for my highest and greatest good.
Mm-hmm. Just in general, then?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look. I'm going to pull some angel cards for you today and see what they want you to know.
Thank you.
Oh, they're all good ones, but this is a good one. So this is Leela, and she comes to tell you that you need to spend more time meditating. And what's popping out at me with this card now, not sure how well you can see it, but it would be better if I could center it better. I apologize. The sunrise is coming up, and what I'm hearing is that you're not taking enough quiet time in the morning before you start getting going. And for a lot of people, that can be really hard because, we know we got to do things and we want to get moving. We want to get the day started. But, we need to check in with spirit every day. We need to make sure, we start the day off on a good foot, because we all know the world out there can be kind of nasty. So we want to have that good foot kind of help us put our armor on and kind of get ready for the day. So Leela wants you to spend more time outside in nature, more time meditating, just more time being quiet again, especially in the mornings. And I know for a lot of people, mornings can be hard, but if you can squeeze 7 to 10 minutes in, I promise you from personal experience and experience of other clients I've worked with, it will change your day. If you can start with that 7 to 10 minutes of just quiet devotional time, whether it be in prayer, meditation, just sitting silently waiting for spirit to talk to you. Even if spirit doesn't talk to you, allow those few moments of, let me just sit and be still. It will change your day for the better.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and then I have more for you. So our next card is Grace and Antoinette. And they come, there's a situation, it feels like it's a family type or a very close friend type situation here that you got going on, where you're kind of butting heads a little bit. And Grace and Antoinette come with us and they tell us to, they come to us and they tell us to, you know, take a step back and try to see it from the other person's perspective. And that can be very difficult because sometimes, you know, our ego steps in and we're just like, I'm right, they're wrong, I don't care. And, you know, sometimes we have to take that step back and just be like, wait, what would spirit want me to do? Where is spirit in all this? Because sometimes, you know, it's not about being right. Sometimes it's about listening to the other person. Sometimes if you can just reach out and help that other person feel listened to, help them feel validated, doesn't mean you have to agree with them. You can even say something similar to like, oh, thank you for sharing that with me. Now I can see where you're coming from. I may not agree with your opinion, but at least I can see where you're coming from. And I think the meditation that Leela wants you to, good. I think the meditation she wants you to go into in the mornings, I think this is also going to help you to where you're going to be able to kind of see things a little better and take that step back. I think in those quiet moments, Spirit's going to start whispering to you, hey, this is why she's doing that right now. You know, it's not necessarily her fault because sometimes, you know, we just get caught up reacting to the world. And, you know, when we're having this human experience, it can be really hard to not react to the world. But sometimes we just have to remember everybody's going through their own battles we don't know anything about. And, you know, we can have close friends and we can have people who are close to us, but I guarantee you there is still some level, you know, nobody knows 100% about any other person on the planet. There is still some level of mystery in there that we don't know about. So you want to make sure that you're allowing yourself time to kind of take that step back, see where they're coming from, and allow yourself to just kind of, okay, it doesn't mean I agree with it, but at least I can see their point of view. Like a lot of times, yeah. And a lot of times, I'm sure you've heard the expression, don't judge anybody till you walk a mile in their shoes, correct?
Yes.
So, interesting expression because, yes, you don't want to judge somebody based on, you know, if you don't have all the information, but the reality is, like, we can't walk a mile in somebody else's shoes. We can be empathetic and we can walk a mile next to them on their journey, but how they perceive whatever is happening with them would be totally different than how we perceive what's happening if it was our situation. Because we've all had this accumulative of different experiences that help us understand and grow and just move forward in life. So I have one more card I'm going to pull for you because the angels are telling me you definitely need this card. And this is Bethany. This is Bethany. And Bethany comes to tell you to take some time for yourself and to do more self-care. Now, you've got a meditation card coming up. Now you've got Bethany telling you to take care. Now, I tell you, I don't know, you know, exactly what's going on in your life, but I recommend you try to carve out like 10 minutes in the morning and 10 minutes at night because these two cards are telling me your life is way too busy. You need to reprioritize a little bit.
Thank you. That makes so much sense. Yes, I do.
And you'll find as you prioritize more and as you put spirit first, you put the divine first, it's going to be more peaceful. Yeah, you might be like, I don't know where I'm going to come up with this 20 minutes this crazy lady is talking about, but just try it. I'm telling you, if you can do 10 minutes in the morning and 10 minutes at night, and you do that consecutively for like at least 3 weeks, it takes us 3 weeks to start building a habit. So if you do that consecutively for 3 weeks, and that doesn't mean, you know, you don't beat yourself up because, oh my God, I went to church Sunday and I forgot to pray or I forgot to meditate or whatever it is you're going to do. It doesn't have to be perfect. You just have to try more often than not. Even if in the 3 weeks you can do 5 days out of 7, you're good. You just have to make the effort and allow it, and it will happen. It'll become a habit. And you will find your stress level will go down and your peace will go up.
I love this. I'm definitely going to try it.
Well, I hope that was helpful for you.
Yes, it really was. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You are very welcome. And please make sure, if you're having a little trouble with that struggle or just in general, please check out my Facebook group, Angelic Inspiration and Guidance. And in that group, Monday through Friday, I post affirmations, I post little education nuggets with crystal tips, angel tidbits, wellness tips, spirit animal tips, different things like that, just to kind of share some of my knowledge and help people get some affirmations to start their day. Those affirmations are usually posted around 6 a.m. So it's generally
so great.
So again,
that sounds amazing. Thank you.
Angelic Inspiration and Guidance. It's a group on Facebook. You can also follow me at Angels Always Around Us on Facebook or at Angel Margaret P on Instagram. And I hope to connect with you online soon.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
You too now. So for those of you who are just clicking in, again, I am Margaret Phillips from Angels Always Around Us. I'm a psychic medium, a life coach, and an energy healer. We have like a minute or two, it looks like. So again, October, the fourth Saturday in October, which is, I believe, October 26th. My calendar's being weird. October 24th, I'm sorry, at 6 p.m. I knew there was a 6 in there somewhere. October 24th at 6 p.m. at the Awaken Center at the Plymouth Meeting Mall is our Special Angels game night for those with and without disabilities. Come on out and have some fun with us. November 6th at the Delco Axe House. Me and Mel Thompson from Enlightened Spirit will be doing psychic readings from 6 to 8 p.m. In person and live. If you are local to the area and you want to come out there, feel free. Please, if you would like to reserve a time for a reading, shoot me a message because there are spots filling up already. And then again, the Awaken Expo is at the Plymouth Meeting Mall at the Awaken Center, November 9th and 10th. Those are all-day events. They're like 11 to 7 on Saturday, 11 to 5 on Sunday. And I will be giving a talk on Saturday at 2 p.m. on the 9th. You guys can check out my website, Angels Always Around Us, or my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us, to get more information about what I'm doing and where I'm going next. Thanks for joining me, everybody.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Zodiac Zone with Melissa Markham. Live from mmastrovibes.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Zodiac Zone
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone, I'm Melissa Markham from Zodiac Zone. So let's just get right into it tonight. Tonight is a full moon in Aries. And I have to say that it's really kind of a hard moon compared to other full moons. I would suggest that you don't manifest during this moon because anything in Mars can indicate anger. It could indicate, in a lot of ways, violence. I would pretty much bet that the hospitals tonight are going to be loaded with people, unfortunately, as far as accidents or some kind of dispute, something like that. It's just not the kind of moon to really manifest in, per se. But on the polarity, Mars could also promote passion and hardworking, as far as, very driven into what you're trying to accomplish. So when we look at signs and we look at anything with astrology, we always have to look at the polarity of things. People ask me all the time, what signs are good, what signs are bad? There's always the good and the bad, the polarity to every sign. And when we look at that and how they're represented, that is what we look at. So I would say the whole thing with the moon tonight is to release, because full moons are always about releasing something. So it's really about releasing things that either annoy you, anger you, you're not feeling passionate about, and people can trigger these things inside of you. So just think about things before you make rash decisions, and always look at the spiritual aspect of things. I just was doing a reading tonight. I told my client, I said, it's always best to look at the spiritual aspect of things, because we get so caught in the human day-to-day things that we have to look at things that there's always a purpose and reason. And people sign soul contracts. So even intuitively, if you're feeling your child, your loved one, your mother, your sister, they're with the wrong person, they sign that contract together. So they're both supposed to get something out of it. And it's always for the evolution of the soul. So that's what I tell people. And it's really hard too when it's connected to you. If your child, your relative, your sister, brother, whatever the situation may be. So with that, I would say just, do what I said, as far as just release things that anger you. That is the message with tonight's moon. Oops. Huh? Anyway, so let's take a caller. We're going to have Angela from New York City. How are you, Angela?
Hi. Good. How are you?
Good. Have you ever had an astrology reading?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So what I am is an evolutionary vibrational astrologer. I'm really going to look at the sole purpose of why you're here and really understand what are some of the aspects in your chart and things that are holding you back from living your best life. What is your birthday, day, month, year?
May 4th, 1980.
May 4th, 1980. And the time you were born?
I think it was like 10:31.
10:31 a.m. a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And the city, state?
Flushing, New York.
Flushing, New York?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. I got that. Okay. So, like I said, I'm going to look at the sole purpose of why you're here. I would say this. If I look at your aspects, you're a south node I'm sorry, I'll back up. I'm going to look at the nodes, which are elliptical points in the sky. They're very karmic. The south node represents previous lives. It represents early childhood. It represents energy that we already know. And the purpose is to get to our highest vibration, which is the north node, which is the polarity of energy. So you have your south nodes in Virgo in the second house of Taurus, and that rules your money, self-worth. You know, a house can rule 40 or 50 different things, but, you know, us astrologers tend to focus on, you know, the main things. The North Node is in Pisces in the 8th house. And I would say that you're very security driven, right? And you probably worry a lot. A South Node in Virgo worries. They are considered the warriors of the universe, you know? Things and sometimes it can be useless worrying about finances, worrying about your own, you know, your self-worth. Am I enough? Am I good enough to do these things? You know? So I would say the purpose for you, and there's a very good sign, and it's basically about letting that shit go. And I would have that sign somewhere in your house where you can look at it every day, because it's really about letting the universe take charge, using your intuition, you know, transforming all this stuff that does not work for you anymore, you know, and that is where you're going to find your purposeful activities. You have the sun in the 7th house, so career is very important to you. You have Venus there and the moon there. So I feel like your reputation, all of that is, you know, very important to you. And it's really important for you to do what you love, what you feel passionate about, and to make money since it's all in Taurus. Your Chiron, when I talk about Chiron, is the wounded healer. It is in Greek mythology. It's considered a small planet or asteroid. It is in Cancer in the 12th house. I feel like, I don't know, it could have been early childhood where you felt not completely nurtured, and you might have been in the most perfect family in the world, but it was some kind of nurturing that you felt like you didn't receive, or something that was, you know, not copacetic with you when it came to that. And also in the 12th house, it could be really having trouble connecting to the universe and source, you know, where it's hard, right?
because you're worried about this and that. It's like, I really think that it's important for you to have an altar, have a sacred space for yourself where you can put your things, spiritual things, crystals, things that mean something to you. Have all that information or have that stuff there. Create a Akashic record around it, so you go there twice a day. You go there to at night to decompress, in the morning to feel alive. So and it's really, like I said, about letting the stuff go that no longer serves you. So maybe tonight, with this new moon, or I'm sorry, full moon in Aries, it's looking at your sense of self and saying, you know what, the stuff that annoys me and doesn't serve me, I'm going to let that shit go. Does this all make sense to you?
Yeah, like more like let go of like my past.
Right.
A lot of like
let go of the stuff that, because you didn't come here to make money. You came here to let stuff go, to get into the spiritual aspect and to trust in the universe, and to transform, and once you transform you, then you could pay it forward and help others on their journey.
Okay.
I mean, there's so much more I could tell you. But I mean, we have limited time tonight. I have 2 minutes before my show is over, but a very short show. But I just wanted to give you a tidbit of all of this. And if you ever want to go further, my website is mmastroVibes.com, and we can look at all the planetary alignments in your chart and take it from there.
All right. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm going to do that tonight.
Yep,
Very
exactly.
helpful.
Thank you so much, Angela, and you have a wonderful evening.
Bye-bye.
And like I said, I mean, I just wanted to reiterate, full moons are about releasing things. I tell all my clients, never start anything new on a full moon. Never start a business, never start maybe a relationship. It's really about endings, about letting stuff go that no longer serves you. You want to start things more on a new moon. New moon represents new beginnings. So tonight's assignment for all my listeners is to really just let things go that no longer, that, like I said, that annoy you, that no longer serve you, and step into being the best and most productive version of you that you can be.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from brandycon.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Stellar Parenting
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday, everyone from Houston, Texas. Welcome to Stellar Parenting. I'm your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. And I'm super passionate about helping parents, teachers, and guardians learn how to mix the magic of the stars with the art of consciously raising children. So this is the show where you can learn how to use astrology to raise your vibration and create a higher frequency energy in your home with your family. And that's the secret that most people don't realize. You can use the planetary energy to your advantage and increase your frequency. And I'm going to tell you how to do that this week with 2 major transits. So for today, Tuesday, October 7th. Maybe you've been feeling this energy. I've definitely been feeling it. We've got Mercury at 1 degree of Scorpio squaring Pluto at 1 degree of Aquarius. So what does this mean? Mercury is the planet of communication. Mercury rules how we think and how we analyze. And Pluto is the planet of transformation and hidden truths and power. So when these two clash in a square, the energy can feel really intense, almost like a mental tug of war. So conversations may feel really charged, secrets might rise to the surface, and our thoughts might get really laser focused, maybe even a little obsessive, okay? This isn't a light-hearted energy at all. It's very deep. And it's probing, and it is transformative. And if we work with this energy consciously, that's the key. Can you work with this energy in a very intentional way? If so, it can bring wonderful things. It can bring breakthroughs, clarity, and even healing. So those of you who have planets or angles around 1 degree of the fixed sign. So that's going to be, do you have anything around 1 degree of Scorpio, Aquarius, Leo, or Taurus? And I'm not only talking about planets here, I'm also talking about angles. Is your descendant, your ascendant, your IC or your midheaven around 1 degree of the fixed signs? If so, you've probably already been feeling this. You've probably already been rolling with it for the past couple days, and it's in effect today. But trust me, you will probably also be feeling this tomorrow and Thursday. But please check your chart so that you're aware of the energy that you have at your disposal. Now, there are some things that you can do to use this energy to your highest potential and to raise your vibration, okay? The first thing that you can do, you can observe before speaking. So take a deep breath and pause when conversations heat up and let your mind catch up to your emotions. Also, make sure that you are speaking with integrity. So if there's something that you need to share, there's something that you need to have a discussion about, please do so from a really grounded place and try to communicate your truth instead of sharing your anger. Also, another thing that you can do This is a great transit for researching, investigating, but doing so with a sense of balance. So it's a great transit for digging deep into topics such as psychology or astrology or anything that might be motivating to you, okay? But don't get lost in obsession or conspiracy. We also want to make sure that we're keeping our vibration up, right? With this energy. And so it's a really good time to disengage from power struggles. So when someone tries to dominate you, you want to disengage rather than to escalate the conflict. And finally, use discernment with secrets and exposures. So if something hidden is being revealed, you want to consider the timing, you want to consider boundaries and consequences before you fully disclose sensitive information. Things to avoid. These things will drastically lower your frequency. They will lower your vibration. Try not to force your point aggressively, okay? So trying to pressure others into adopting your viewpoint can really trigger backlash and a sense of resistance from others. Let's also avoid obsessive thinking loops. So try not to linger in what ifs. What if this happens? Or what if that happens? Okay. Or overanalyze things endlessly. We also want to refrain from exposing sensitive information in a reckless fashion. So revealing secrets or vulnerabilities without caution can backfire during this time. And let's avoid manipulative language or coercion. All right. So don't twist words or use guilt to shame anyone or to win an argument. And try not to suppress hard truths. So if something surfaces, if something comes up to be revealed, don't ignore it. Okay. But don't push prematurely either. All right. So today, October 7th, it's a day of mental intensity. It can feel heavy, but it's also an opportunity because Mercury square Pluto says, look deeper and seek the truth and allow your thoughts to transform. So if you stay mindful, this can be a turning point as far as how you think, how you speak, and how you connect to others. So as moving through the day today, and even for tomorrow and Thursday, ask yourself, am I speaking from a place of fear or from a place of truth? That's the key to working with this powerful energy. So stay steady, stay curious, and let this be a moment of transformation. For those of you who are parents, children will feel this energy too, especially as far as how they communicate or how they hold back or how they decide to test their boundaries or test authority. So this is a day where your children may be asking really tough questions. They may be pushing buttons or bringing up their deepest fears. So what you can do as a parent, listen more than you speak. So your child may want to share something sensitive and you want to create a safe, judgment-free space where they feel safe doing that. Also, model calm communication. Show them how to express strong emotions without using harsh words. And teach healthy boundaries. Remind them that it's okay if they don't want to share everything right away. What we don't want to do, we don't want to dismiss their questions or their fears because they'll only dig deeper. And don't allow yourself to be drawn into a power struggle because arguments will spiral quickly out of control. And try not to use scare tactics or manipulation to control your child's behavior. Okay. So this is bringing a lot of intensity and communication for both children and adults. Remember, the key is to slow down and listen and turn this transit into an opportunity for growth. Next up, on Saturday, October the 11th, we will have Venus at 26 degrees of Virgo, forming an opposition to Saturn at 26 degrees of Pisces. Now, Venus represents love, harmony, pleasure, and connection. And in Virgo, she wants things to be pure and precise and perfect. And Saturn, on the other hand, represents boundaries, structure, lessons, discipline, and at times limitations. So when these two planets oppose each other, we can feel tension in our relationships. Like we want closeness, we want connection, but there may be walls, there may be responsibilities, or our own personal fears that are standing in the way. And this can show up as feeling unappreciated or feeling lonely or even overly self-critical, okay? It's a time when love can feel like work. And we may doubt whether we are enough or whether others are giving us enough. But here's the gift. Saturn really invites us to look deeper, and relationships that can handle this sense of responsibility and relationships that can handle maturity will only grow stronger through this transit. And Venus is also reminding us that compassion softens even the hardest lessons. Those of you who have angles or planets around 26 degrees of Virgo, Pisces, Gemini, and Sagittarius will feel this the most. So, how can you use this energy to raise your vibration, to raise your frequency? Number one, I want you to clarify your values and your needs. So reflect on what you truly want in love and connection and what must be non-negotiable for you. Also, set and honor boundaries. This is a great time to gently and firmly communicate limits in your relationships. It teaches respect. And also, offer practical support rather than grand gestures. Under this transit, love expressed through consistency and responsibility and small acts of care carries a lot of weight. Let's also reassess our commitments. If a relationship or a project feels too heavy, ask yourself, is this sustainable? And if not, it may be time to renegotiate or reframe. Things I want you to avoid. Try not to withhold love as punishment. Saturn's coldness can tempt you to respond to frustration by withdrawing. So avoid making your love conditional. And don't ignore emotional needs or distance. Avoid suppressing sadness, resentment, or loneliness because they'll only fester. So acknowledge and express them. And don't cling to relationships out of a sense of fear. Saturn can make us feel like we've got a duty, all right? So don't stay where you feel diminished or undervalued because of guilt. So these are two of the major transits for this week. I want you to set your intentions for how you plan to work with this energy in a constructive way, in an intentional way. When you use it like that, then it's a wonderful opportunity for growth. So like I remind you, every single week, the stars may guide us, but we hold the power at the end of the day to shape our destiny. So keep shining your light bright, and I'll see you back here again next week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is astrology and psychic reading
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host, Lady D. I hope you are all well. So this week with the astrology, what we've got coming up, we do have on the 4th of October, so that's tomorrow, we've got Mercury, which will be opposing Chiron. So that might be bringing out some frustrations, or you might be thinking about issues that have really caused you some like deep wounds that might be playing up on your mind. We've also got on the 8th, we've got the Mercury is going to be squaring Pluto. And that is going to be, I feel like for you, people sort of like cutting cords, dealing with people who you don't want to deal with anymore, and maybe just like looking at putting that out of your life. You're also having a change of thought, changing your opinions, but also be coming up with that transit. Also on the 8th, we've got Venus, which would be in sextile to Jupiter. That is really going to help with relationships and finances. So you might find that financial opportunity might be coming in with that, or you might be looking to meet someone new, going on a date, nurturing relationships. But it's very lucky. It's a very good transit. Then we've got on the 7th, we've got Mercury, which is moving into Scorpio. So Mercury into Scorpio can be a little bit deceptive, can be a little bit of revealing of secrets that people have been hiding, but also could be a sense of you thinking about, who's loyal to you, who you can trust, and also be coming up with that transit. And even around the world with certain countries and certain things happening around the world. We've got this week, we've got the full moon that is happening in Aries. That's on the 7th of October at 2:47 p.m. That is my time in Sydney. So if you're on the other side of the world, it will be probably you're on the 6th of October. So with this new moon, I feel like we're going to feel like it's a bit exhausting. We do have a square, so we've got the Sun, Moon, and Mercury all in square to Jupiter. So Jupiter's luck, and with this square, I just feel like it's going to make us feel a bit tired, a little bit frustrated as well, because we are dealing with there is a link with Mars with this, because Mars rules Aries. So, Mars is this like very much active sign and wanting to get things done, like a powerhouse. But because these things are in square to Jupiter, I feel like it's going to feel maybe the opposite, like maybe a little bit drained, tired and frustrated. It even could be causing like some sort of like a sense of a collapse in reality. So maybe you feel like your reality is not what you perceive. It's a change in how things are. There could be a sense of like just things not working properly as well in general during this full moon. And I feel like people are wanting to be outgoing and really express their opinions about what feels good in their head. When they actually speak out, it's not going to come out as good. So I feel like just be careful in how you approach people, how you speak to people during this full moon, because there's going to be there's just some issues coming up, not so much positive aspects we've got to Mercury, and just because they are in square to that Jupiter, and also got the opposition to Chiron too as well. But during this week we do have these good aspects to Venus. So we've got Venus trying Uranus and also try to Pluto. But we've also got opposition with Saturn and Neptune. So could be looking at things that are very dreamlike too, bit dreamy as well, and serves over your perception of reality as well. So let's go to the caller. So we've got Paige here, and Paige is in St. Joseph in America. So hello, Paige.
Hello.
Hi, how can I help you today?
I'm really not sure, I guess. Just thinking about some people.
Yeah, like you mean people that passed over or people that are here?
Yes.
Okay,
My
so do you want me to
husband and
connect?
my mother.
You want me to connect to them?
Yes, if you could, my husband.
Okay, let me just see if I can bring in your husband. This man shows up at the right time. I always show up at the right time. Like you can depend on me and lean on me for anything. So I just feel like he's very dependable. And he's like always like he's ready to go I was thinking about being on time. So I feel like maybe he liked to be on time or was always on time with him. I feel like he's always like paying attention to what he's wearing as well. Like he's picking at his clothes, like making sure no, nothing's on like hair, nothing's on his clothes either. And he's like, would he be someone that you could like trust to fix things as well? Like always got a toolbox. Like he's got his toolbox with him. It's like he's always got the toolbox ready to go to help.
Yeah.
As well. Like it's always on standby, or it's going to be, you can take it with him because he might need it too.
Yeah.
He's telling me that he's also very loyal. He doesn't cross boundaries. He's very loyal to you and doesn't cross any boundaries either. And no matter what, I just feel like he liked your cooking. Like no matter what you cooked, like if it's good or bad, he's going to like your cooking. Like he'll just, if it's just like plain food, he'll just say like, it's really good. He really likes it. Like he's also very, very polite. I also feel like he was religious too. So he told me that he was a man of God. So I just feel like he's a bit religious as well. But also he likes truth telling. Like he doesn't like people telling like porcupines, like sandwiches, like not sandwiches, sorry, like lies. He doesn't like people that lies or making up stories. Like that gets him a bit angry. Too, like this man likes to sort of fight for justice. He's telling me also you work very hard. He wants you to put your feet up because like you're working very hard. It's like you're working, like you're taking on his role and your role, and but you're going like, it's like you're pushing yourself to extremes here, and he wants you just to put your feet up and just relax. Because he wants
that makes sense.
He wants to look after you as well. You're with your mom, like I feel like they get along, but they also fight. Like they like it's like cats and dogs here, but they get along and then they can be a bit spicy to each other at the same time. And because your mum like always thinks she knows best too.
Yep.
But she does things the hard way, your mum. Like I see her going against the current, so she does things her own way, and it's like can be the hard way, but that's the way she wants to do it. I feel like your mum could like if she's like good at mending clothes, or she made the clothes. I see her mending like hemming, like she's got needle and thread, and she's got a dress of her clothes. So I feel like she could like mend things and or good at like with the dresses. She's showing me that. She always
had to hem her clothes. Yes.
Oh, okay. Because she liked things to be a certain length. She's telling me as well. She also liked things
short.
nice and. Oh, okay. Yeah. She also liked things neat and tidy. Like I don't think she liked dust. She didn't like dust anyway. With her,
yeah.
Too, because she's and she'll come through the goods. Your mum, like I feel like she doesn't. She'll always defend you. Like I see her, it's like I'm getting on a school bus to sort of tell someone off. So I feel like if she's gonna stand up for you. It doesn't matter. Like you might think it's embarrassing when you're a child having your mum on a school bus, but she doesn't care. It's like she's gonna defend you, and she's gonna go it's right, and she'll go on there, because she's there to the end with you as well. Like, but she knows what's best. She's telling me.
Right.
Would she also have the we call them doilies here. Did you have doilies? Do you guys have doilies over there? Yeah, like you crochet, you crochet them. It's like you put them on the vases. So you got in your house like vases.
We had doilies
she's showing.
up.
Oh,
she had several from my grandmother's and hers. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because she's showing me that on there as well. She's very nice. She can be, your mum's very courteous as well. And I just feel like her, like she's a baker. Like I just feel like if she's baking cookies, Like you're smelling
Yep.
the smell before you get into the house. Like it's the smell sort of like it's like you're following the smell. She's showing me that as well. Any messages that you're gonna pass over? But she just wants to send her love. She's just like she said, I just love her. And the strength that you have, I feel like is similar to your mum's strength. Like you can thank her for that because she pushed you, and she did it so that you could be very independent and very strong. I don't feel like there's a male. She's showing me a male there. Don't let him push you around. So I don't know if this is your son, but she's showing me like there's a male around you. And she's just saying,
I have 3
don't let him. She's like, don't let him push you around. Like he's trying to pull the wool over your eyes. He's acting innocent and sweet, but there's always like mischief here. So she wants you not to.
That would probably be my words, yes.
So, and they got to help you fix things as well. She's showing me your car, so I'm checking the oil in the car. So I don't know if your car needs a service or you need to get the car checked. But she's just showing me like
down.
Oh, okay. So she wants you to make sure that gets fixed. Like, get them to help you. So she wants the boys to help you with that as well. Do you have any questions for me?
No, honey, that was actually great. I appreciate it very much.
That's okay. I hope you have a great day. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you very much.
That's okay. So everybody, I hope you have a great weekend and a great week. And I will see you same time. So actually, I'll see you on vacation next week at My Body Spirit Festival in Sydney at the ICC Centre. So I will be there straight from the festival. So until then, if you want to catch me, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Facebook page is also Lady D Psychic Parties. My YouTube is Lady D Psychic, and then Instagram is Lady DS Psychic, and then Lady D Psychic for TikTok. Until next week, see you later. Bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Hope you've had an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this planet of ours. I know it's been very busy here in Australia. We've had all our football finals and sort of this weekend we've got a big car race, and then it's sort of like, you know, it just seems to be something coming up every weekend as we head towards the end of the year. And I'm sure wherever you are in the world there's lots of activity going on, sporting events, people getting ready for different things, but it is an exciting time of the year because we are heading into the last part of the year where, you know, we start to reevaluate what we've done, where we've been, how we've been going about things during the year. And sometimes I think we can become a little bit overwhelmed that, you know, the list that we started at the beginning of the year of the things that we were going to achieve has either moved, grown, changed. We've crossed a few things off, we've added a few things along, and we sort of get to a point where we sort of feel, oh, I just want to take a breath. I just want to have a little bit of a breather. So that's where the Simply Tarot card of the week comes in this week. It's a really interesting card because it's asking us all to sort of just slow down a little bit. It's the card of work frustrations. It's the card of also needing to just have a little bit of a breather before we start to sort of move forward again in our lives because, you know, we've been working at it pretty hard. So it's time now to just sort of contemplate, lean on the end of the shovel, have a little bit of contemplation and sort of say, okay, what's next? You know, give yourself that license to have a little bit of a break, to have a little bit of a rest, because sometimes I think we all work far too hard and we look at things and it becomes very sort of overwhelming. So this is a license to sort of go and sit on the couch and go and watch a movie for a while or listen to your favourite band on your device and just chill out, have a little bit of me time. I think it's really, really important, particularly as we head towards the busier part of the year, as things start to sort of wind up and wind down and we get ready for 2026. We all need to give ourselves a little bit of time there to sort of say, okay, this is my time. I can just have a little bit of time, downtime. I can chill a little bit, put things on the back burner for a little bit and maybe reevaluate where we're going from here. It's not always about paid work that we need to have a rest from. It's, you know, sometimes the work that we put ourselves under in our own lives that we need to be sort of focusing on. So this week, astrologically, I say every week it's a big week, but it always seems to be a very big week since, you know, I don't know, for a while now, it sort of seems to be we have a lot of activity going on astrologically wise. It's sort of never a time where things just really sort of start to calm down. So happy birthday to all the Librans. It's a really exciting time of the year for them because it's their birthday month. It's their time to shine. It's their time to sort of get out there and strut their stuff and celebrate another birthday and, you know, sort of be spoiled a little bit. I think that's the name of the game is, you know, when it comes to your birthday, it's time to have a little bit of spoiling, isn't it? You know, somebody do something nice for you, bring you a birthday cake, bring you a gift, or just have some downtime. Just have some time with family and friends and enjoy that, you know, you've managed to get through another year. It's, you know, it's a milestone when you get to a certain age. I mean, I think once you get past 21, everything past that's a bonus, isn't it? I mean, you know, you've worked hard to get to that point and think that'll never come. And then all of a sudden after that, the years just sort of fly by. It's sort of like a year goes by in a month. It's just so quick as you start to sort of go into adulthood. So it's a very exciting time for the Librans. And what does this mean for the rest of us? When the sun is in Libra, it means it's a time of the year where we should be reevaluating. We need to look at what we need to bring into balance in our lives. What are the things that have seemingly been out of control? Are we looking for solutions? Are we looking at it from the other person's point of view? Because that's what the Librian energy is asking us to do, is look at it from every conceivable possible answer and angle before we make our decision. If there's decisions that need to be made. Look at it from every angle, because sometimes when you look at it from the other person's point of view or another angle, you think, oh, that's right, I hadn't thought about it that way. And it gives you a whole new train of thought or a new way of problem solving or new ways of finding a solution to a problem that may have bugged you for some time because you were just going over it in the same way. You weren't looking at it from the other person's point of view or from another angle. So we have Mercury, the planet of communication, has just gone into Scorpio. Now, Mercury in Scorpio is a little bit like I described it as having razor blades for breakfast. So anybody that sort of has Mercury in Scorpio natally in their chart, they're known for their abrasiveness or their ability to cut to the chase really quickly, and sometimes they don't sugarcoat anything. It is like literally having razor blades for breakfast. So you need to be careful no matter what your star sign is, for the next month or so at least, really sort of being conscious about what you're going to say, when you're going to say it, and make sure if it's really important that maybe you've rehearsed it a couple of times in your mind before you actually open your mouth, so that you're not coming across as being so cutting or so uncaring or so cold and callous that you're putting a little bit of warmth in there. I'm not saying that every conversation that you're going to have that you can make it fairy floss pink and sugar coated. What I'm saying is if it's something that's really important and something that needs to be discussed and it's going to be a little bit unpalatable, maybe find some better choices of words or some ways to ease into this as we sort of gradually build up to the difficult bit or the hard bit of the conversation. Sometimes, yes, we've got to go in there with all guns ablaze and then go in like we've had razor blades for breakfast because that's what is suited in the situation. But 9 times out of 10, we can sort of tone it down a little bit or find a better choice of words in conversations. Now, this is not just conversations. This is, don't get into a screaming match with your other half and, then regret what you've had to say later. It's all conversations. It's not just going and asking the boss for a raise. It's not just talking to the bank manager for a loan. It's any conversation that you might have, from a neighbour through to a shopkeeper to somebody that you know. So just be very mindful of how you're going to approach a conversation with somebody, or you are engaging in a conversation with somebody. You don't want to come across as being unfeeling or uncaring or really sort of, literally cutting them down to size. You need to be very conscious of that. We also have Mars, the planet of action, is also in Scorpio at the moment. So this, when I'm talking about the Scorpio energy, is definitely affecting the water signs, which is Scorpio, Cancer, and Pisces. The opposite sign is Taurus. It's washing over the other remaining 8 signs, not quite as intense. But when I was talking about Mercury and Scorpio, that sort of affects all of us really severely, because we can all be a little bit impatient and be a little bit negative or not so nice in the way that we're sort of approaching something or getting cross with somebody because they're not doing something fast enough or not listening or whatever. So we need to tone that down a little bit. With Mars in Scorpio, this is sort of telling us that we have tremendous ability to heal at the moment. No matter what your star sign is, I think it's the ability to really remain focused, to sort of look at healing our emotions, healing the things that have been troubling us for a very, very long time. Mars in Scorpio, if it's found natally in a chart, is said to be sort of like the military sort of aspect. It's conquer and divide stuff, that you can go into battle and sort of with all the intense emotions, but keeping them in check and then sort of, getting to the bottom of issues. Now, this is true, but it's also, when it's more in a transitory situation like this, it's more about making sure that you're cutting through your own emotions. Sometimes I think we bottle up emotions for whatever reason for way too long, and we store them away in different parts of our body, and that's usually where we find that that's the weakest part of our body, is where we've stored all this emotion over a long period of time, and then it starts to come out in illnesses or aches and pains and things like that. So if we can sort of learn to try and process things and not put them away for later on, that we're going to come back and deal with that one day. Make sure today's the day that you're trying to deal with things head on as best you can, and sort of not bottle that up. We don't want to put it in the bank of the body of emotion to sort of come out further down the track in the form of some sort of illness. So it's really, really important. Now, look, I've had many people sort of ask me why I don't talk about full moons on this show or the new moon and things like that. Basically because I think there's enough information out there that a lot of people write about it, a lot of people talk about it, and a lot of people have asked me in the last few days, what's your opinion on a super full moon? Look, my opinion on a super full moon is, yes, the super full moon is very illuminated in the sky. It's, it's a beautiful thing to watch, and, there's lots of media that will cover it. Does it personally affect us on an emotional level? I don't think so. To me, the full moon is the full moon. We get emotionally attached to things like that sort of, I have a lot of people say, oh, I can't sleep, it's the full moon. What's your star sign? Oh, yeah, well, it's got nothing to do with you. The full moon's in Aries and you're a Scorpio, so it shouldn't be affecting you. I think a lot of people just sort of get into this habit of sort of saying, oh, well, the full moon's coming up in 2 days' time, I'm not going to be able to sleep. And they condition themselves to believe that. I'm not saying that there isn't some people in the population that are genuinely affected by a full moon, but for the majority of us, it doesn't happen all the time. It might happen once a year, maybe when the full moon's in your sign, maybe, or when the full moon's in the same energy as your moon in your chart, maybe. But for most of us, we sleep straight through them. We don't even sort of realise them. So the full moon, or the super full moon in Aries at the moment, and we're at the tail end of that, yes, is definitely affecting the fire signs, which is Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. But the more important thing I want to talk about with this super full moon is it's not necessarily affecting us in any dramatic sort of way, more so than any other full moon. The full moon in Aries is about sort of me first, is about understanding our emotions, is sort of getting in touch with ourselves and sort of looking at things and saying, what can I be responsible for? What can I improve on an emotional front, particularly if I'm a fire sign? But if I'm not and I'm one of the other signs that it's just washing over, then sort of look at maybe that you've been a little bit selfish or a little bit me first in the last couple of days, and that's okay. That's perfectly understandable. That's what the moon asked you to do. But more importantly, the super full moon in Aries is conjunct or holding hands Chiron, the wounded healer. Now, Chiron is not a planet. It is part of the Arabian parts. It's part of astrology that some astrologers believe in, and some still are sort of saying the jury's out, and other people swear by it. I'm sort of in the little bit of the middle camp. I believe that Chiron has a place in the chart. It's where I go to look for in a person's chart for where they might need to heal the most. But I also look at it as being sort of a little bit more on a karmic level, more on what are you bringing in from previous lifetimes, previous incarnations that may be affecting you in this lifetime and may be manifesting itself in a physical ailment, like a sore knee or a sore wrist or a weakness in muscles or whatever. What are the triggers? What are the causes for that? Now, Chiron's been in Aries now for quite some time, and I have lots of Aries friends and clients and things like that have really been struggling to try and sort of make sure that their health is the best that it can be. It's sort of really odd to see an Aries be so focused on their health, because usually they're too busy. They haven't got time. They're too busy telling everybody else what to do and motivate everybody else and get them up off the couch, that they usually come a poor last when it comes to looking at their health. So it's been a real interesting twist in this last 18 months to watch Aries people really focus on that. And I'm not saying become hypochondriacs by any stretch of the imagination, but they're not letting things slide, where once upon a time they'd get around to it when they got around to it. They're actually starting to sort of listen to their body, starting to make sure that they're eating properly, getting enough sleep, getting enough exercise, and really sort of being a lot more conscious of what they're actually putting in their body than just grabbing something on the run. So that's a real definite shift with Chiron being in Aries. Now, we also have Neptune, the planet of illusion and delusion, is sitting in Aries. Now, Neptune has been sitting in Aries. It's retrograde. It'll be retrograde until later in the year. It's sort of conjunct or holding hands Saturn, which is sitting in Pisces. So Neptune is the planet of illusion or delusion, sitting in Aries, trying to stir things up, trying to make Aries sort of question whether or not they're losing their mind. Am I really on the right track? And you add that in with the health thing. So it's been a sort of a physical and an emotional clearing or sorting out or reorganizing of their lives, which is good. But now that this is conjunct Saturn, now Saturn has slipped back into Pisces. It's also retrograde, will be retrograde until early part of 2026. Saturn is sort of saying, have you really triple checked everything that you needed to sort out? Have you really sort of looked at where your emotions are coming from? Is there anything that you left undone? Was there anything that you need to look at? Or is it just a time when I can really just sort of lose myself in my emotional self and my creative self, and it gives you that little bit of discipline to sort of maybe work with something on a creative level. So whichever way it's affecting you is good, and it's not a bad sort of thing. It's a very positive thing. So I want to wind up the astrology with Jupiter in Gemini. Now, Jupiter's been in Gemini for quite a while now, about 8 or 9 months, and but yeah, Jupiter's in Cancer, I beg your pardon. Jupiter's in Cancer, and it's been really sort of organising. No, Jupiter's in Gemini. It's been really trying to organise things, and it's been a situation where I feel that people have been really sort of struggling with this. It's sort of like opening doors, but at the same time, people are questioning whether or not it's right for them. So Jupiter in Gemini is about looking at what's really important to you and looking at how you feel in the whole situation. Sort of look at the situation and say to yourself, is this what I really want? So Jupiter is affecting the air signs, which is Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius. And some people sort of feel like that they're making progress under those signs, and then it's a great rush to it, and then it stops. And then there's another burst of energy, and then it stops. This might be the way that Jupiter's meant to work. Don't sort of question it, don't argue with it, just go with the flow and go with what needs to be happening in your life at the moment, and you'll find that things start to come right again. So we're going to take our first caller, which is Tracy in Atlanta in Georgia. Are you there, Tracy?
Yes, I am. How are you?
Very well, thank you, Tracy. Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, sweetie?
I'm looking to see about work and home environment.
Okay. All right. So with the work situation, have you been feeling a little bit restless in the last few months? Because that's what they're showing me, is sort of like as if I'm restless. I'm not sure whether I want to change, but I'm not sure whether I want to stay here. And there seems to be sort of a little bit of a shift in the energy in the work environment as well. And I think this is what stirred things up for you. I don't feel it's the time to be looking to make a change of job. I think more importantly, I think you've just got to sort of sit back and sort of be a little bit like an audience in what's going on around the work environment and not get too involved. Unless it directly involves you, I wouldn't have an opinion on anything. If somebody comes up and says to you, have you seen this? Have you heard about that? Just say, oh, really? Fancy that? I never thought of that. You know what I mean? You're not really giving them a definite answer, but you're gathering information at the same time. So as the company themselves, are they going through some sort of structural changes? Are they changes in how they perform?
I'm fairly new to the company, and I'm going into another one, so I'm not really sure yet. And I'm deciding on which way to really stay, and I haven't experienced the other one yet, and it's new.
Right.
They're both new.
No wonder that's very confusing then, because you've got nothing to really measure it by, have you, of how it was before. You've walked into the middle of this major transformation going on. Look, my suggested course of action would be ride this out till March. I know that sounds like a long time from now, but if you give it that amount of time, I think that'll be enough time then to sort of float with what's going on and sort of finally sort of work out whether this is right for you or whether it's time to move on. I certainly wouldn't be jumping ship just yet. I think it's too premature. I actually feel by March, I think you're going to feel like you really belong in this environment, and you can see, a real definite future there with, opportunities for promotion and things like that, which you can't see at the moment because everybody's sort of very unstable at the moment. And that's why I said just listen to what people have got to say, but don't really have an opinion. I think that's really important, that you stay out of, the gossip that's going around. You might pick up a lot more by just listening to and sort of, see where the power bases are. Sometimes it's good to know where the power bases are.
So do you think that the place that I'm at now, because the place that I'm at now that's just temporary work, I start contract at the other place and they say they're saying it's better there where I'm going to.
So when does that start where you move to the other place?
In 2 weeks. I picked up this assignment just for temporary.
Okay.
Where I'm at now.
So with this next place that you're going to, how long's the contract for there?
13 weeks with possible extension.
Okay.
And it's something I've never done before.
Yeah, I think there'll be an extension because they kept showing me up until about March, it was like just go with the flow.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Because I feel that there's going to be more opportunities there to come out of this. Just, just go with it is what I'm being shown. Now, quickly moving on to your home environment. Again, I sort of feel it's not the right time to be making any major changes. It's sort of like there's a lot of restless energy around you at the moment, and it's like you're trying to sort of like pacify that restless energy. So you've looked at the work, you're looking at home, you're looking at this and you're looking at that, but nothing is really sort of jumping out at you as it's urgent that it needs attention. I don't feel that there's a move of resonance coming up, but I do feel that there may be a couple of changes or a couple of tweaks that you're going to make over the coming few months that will make you sort of more comfortable with where you're living again now. It's interesting because I think that you're feeling really well. And I think this is part of where this restless energy is coming from. It's like I've got energy to burn and it's like, well, I've got to do something with it. So you're starting to question too many things. So just, let things just sort of settle down a little bit more. I don't see a move yet. So I hope that's helped you, Tracy.
Okay. Yes, thank you. And just, did you have a message from Beyond from anyone by chance?
I don't, sweetie. I don't at this point in time. I'm on a time constraint with the show and I have to move on to my next caller. So, there's always somebody around you from the other side that will come through and give you a direct message to you while you're sleeping or, in a song or a message from, watching a line in a movie. So just be aware of those sort of things, Tracy. Anyway, that's where we're going to leave Tracy. Now we're going to talk with Donna in Oklahoma City. Are you there, Donna?
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
Very well, thank you, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you?
Oh, is there going to be any better days or better changes in my life? I'm just crazy from every direction in my life.
Yeah, look,
at once.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. That Donna, I sort of felt that wall of energy as I was starting to connect with you. It's really interesting because they're sort of saying to me, "You're such a strong person. You're such a good soldier, and you just keep going on and on and on." But my answer to that is, we all have a point where we've got to say enough is enough. Like, hang on a minute, I need a breather. I need to be able to regroup. And this is what I'm sort of saying to your soul is it's okay. Donna can have a little rest now because I think we've concentrated so much change and so many things for you to sort of look at and deal with that you need to catch your breath. The other thing that's sort of coming through very strongly, Donna, is to me that it's about time to put you at number one. I think you've given so much to everybody else over the years, and particularly in this last 12 months, that I want to say no more. It's like, how does this affect Donna? Is this good for Donna? Does Donna want to do this? And if the answer is no to anything, then that's the answer is no. You don't have to give an explanation. Yeah. I think it's time now that we've got to, it's almost like, if I could say, if you were like a car and your petrol tank's empty, we've got to fill it up again.
Oh, you hit just that right on the dot. I've been saying that for about a month now to a certain person. I need to be first. Yeah, his wife. That's wild. That's true.
Yeah, and you need to really make that happen. I know it's hard when you're such a giving person to put yourself at the top of the queue and say, well, it's my turn, but we have to keep doing that. It's almost like I want you to get up, in the morning as you go to brush your teeth and all that sort of stuff to sort of look in the mirror and say, I am number one and I deserve to be number one. It's like I've got to retrain you to believe that you have this right and it's not being egotistical. It's your time. It's your turn. And so when you say this other person, is this other person somebody that you're very close to, that there's a lot of emotions connected there?
Yeah, but I think it's only a one way. We've been together about 40. Yeah, 40. I've known him 4 years now.
Okay, but I don't think he realises that he hasn't been making you the centre of the universe, though. In his mind, he has been. But I think he could do a bit better. That's my opinion.
I know we can.
Yeah. But sometimes it's hard, for people to sort of recognise their own shortcomings too. Even when someone points it out, you think, yeah, I'll do that. You do it once and you think that's it, the job's done, crossed it off the list. It's not like that. Look, I don't think he's necessarily a selfish person. I just don't think he thinks.
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's and I'm not asking you to make allowances for that, but I'm just saying that maybe you've got to keep reaffirming what you need. You know what I mean? Lead by example. Well, like, I'm going to do this on Saturday. You're more than welcome to come, but I'm going.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like,
it's working out pretty good right now, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I think things are going to sort themselves out, Donna. I mean, I feel that, as tough as this has been to try and put yourself at number one, you're slowly starting to get there, even though it's made you tired and you feel like, is it really worth it, or is it just easier to go back to the way things were? It was less complicated. But you've come this far that I think now it's really important that you keep going. Do you know what I mean? It's like the age-old saying, you've broken the back.
Never look back.
Yeah, and we need to keep going because you've broken through the hard part. Now, what seems hard is the last bit seems the hardest because you're already tired, you're already worn out. But look, I think the best thing to do is keep on the path that you've been on, keep coasting this way till the end of the year, keep putting yourself first, and things will slowly start to sort of fall into place. It's sort of, you're a good person, you're a kind person, but it's now time for you to reap some rewards for you. That, it's time for you to be the centre of everybody else's universe, not the other way around. It's your turn to be pampered a little bit. So 2026 to me sees things sort of being a lot easier than they were this year. This was sort of like the real hard yards year where, I had to break things up. It was like getting the jackhammer out and breaking through the concrete. Now I've just got to clear the rubble up and see the finished result. And, that's what's coming. So that's a good thing. But your health to me is something that you need to be more aware of. I think you sometimes tend to gloss over things and think, oh, that'll be right tomorrow, instead of sort of stopping and looking and listening to your body and saying, well, hang on a minute, why have I got a toe ache? There might be a reason for this. I'll just keep my eye on it. That's all I'm going to say. I don't think there's anything sinister there. I just want you to be a little bit kinder to yourself, Donna, if that makes any sense.
Right. Yeah, it does. And there's another spot where I put everybody else first, and I don't worry about myself. I sugarcoat me and worry about everybody else.
Yes, well, it's time now that you've got to put yourself first on every level. Anyway, that's where we're going to leave Donna. It's been lovely to talk with Donna and Tracy. It's always the show goes very, very quickly, and we only have a limited amount of time to answer as much as we can in that short space of time. So I don't mean to seem as if I'm a little bit rude or a little bit abrupt, but, it's important that I give the other caller the same amount of time as I gave Tracy. So, we're not here to do a full reading. We're here to give you a little tidbit of what's actually sort of going on in your life. Each week I feature a different song, and I feature a song for different reasons. It might be something that's come to me, or a song that's been driving me nuts, or just a song I pick randomly on the day of the show. But I usually find the song itself I'm drawn to for a reason, that it sort of usually comes by the time we get to the end of the show. I see the reason why that song has been the one that I've chosen for the show. And this week I've chosen a song that, a lot of people would sort of know and would know the words to, but they wouldn't probably really stop and look and listen to the words of what they really mean. It's a song by the Bee Gees, and it's called Love So Right. And it's a beautiful song. It's about sort of, being in the moment and really enjoying the right type of love. And sometimes I think we sort of make excuses for the people that we love and sort of don't put ourselves first, but I think we need to do that. So it's called Love So Right from the Bee Gees. I mean, unfortunately there's only one Bee Gee left these days, but look, the music will live on. It's a perennial sort of song, and they're amazing artists, and we claim them here as Aussies even though they were born in England, but we lay claim to fame as that they're our Aussie Bee Gees. So until next week, enjoy the Bee Gees, and we'll see you then. Bye for now.